off the Wi-Fi, everybody. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Any open seats? Open seats, open seats. One, two, three. We got three. Four. Okay, who's a fisherman? Who can go fish for? No fisherman. We got four seats upstairs. Sorry, I'll do it. We have four seats upstairs. If you are not tending to small children, you should be sitting up here anyway. Please, we have four seats upstairs. We have four seats upstairs. If you are not tending to small children, we have four seats upstairs. All right. Most High Christ bless your body.
Most High Christ bless you too.
Okay, happy Sabbath.
Happy Sabbath to you too.
All right, Israelites, all praises to the Most High, giving us the spirit to come here in fellowship, keep His commandments, and learn what His will is. So I'd like to give both the Most High the praise and the glory. All right. So I ran across a post that, and I shared it. It was very interesting. I thought it was informative, and shortly we'll be able to get into it, and I'll play it and let us hear what was being said, what the post is about. Had something to do with the American dollar and things like that, and people jumping ship like that. So I know we've spoken about it again. I mean, before. It's about time we speak about it again and give us a little touch up and a little nudge and a little reminder to kind of mentally stay, let's see, how can I say it, reminded and not let, certain things that is supposed to transpire in the world get away from you. So don't get so sucked in, because that's the whole objective with the world, society, the government, and powers that be. They want you to get so distracted and so sucked up that you don't pay attention to what's going on, and you sleep on it. And then next thing you know, you get told on the news or through a phone call, you don't have to show up for work. And next thing you know, you start hearing through different announcements and the grapevine that this is closed and that's not operating. And the next thing you know, and now all of a sudden there's no coverage. There's no cell phones. Can't use the cell phone. Like, you be like, wait a minute now. Beep, 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 beep. Wait a minute, what happened? So my cell phone, I can't use the phone. You'd be wondering whose phone is working and whose phone not working. Coming to find out, nobody's phones is working and you didn't prepare. Nothing that you was able to do because you had to work. So you kind of got to stay ahead of the game and keep that in remembrance. Okay. Shut that door. So let's go and start in the book of Luke, chapter 21. So when you look in the Bible, at the top of the page, do you have a footnote at the top of your page? It says something about destruction. Who don't have that at the top of your page? You don't have that at the top of your page, you and you. It's just
It says the world's end.
So you have something at the top of your page. So everybody has something at the top of their page. Now, then you should have raised your hand. Guys, don't make it hard. Who do not have writing at the top of your page? You have blank pages at the top. Blank man, Remember they did that to Damon Wayne on the comment. They didn't give him a no. He was just the blank man. So you are the blank man today. All right. Well, typically they write something at the top because they want to tell you what that chapter is about. So you're like, whoa, man, that's what that is. Yeah. It's like a footnote. Instead of it being in the bottom, it's at the top. Now, mine says, it says destruction of the temple and of Jerusalem foretold. This is the big people class here. We don't do that. Distract, play around, fiddle. Here we pay attention. Because if we're not, we'll be distracting to other people. Once again, I'm going to repeat it. It says destruction of the temple and something else, and Jerusalem. They didn't start digging in the ground. Jerusalem is referring to the people. It was foretold. And it was the Christ that was foretelling that the temple, why did the Greeks and all nations always target the temple? They always targeted the temple because that was your connection to God. It's a place of learning. The temples and the sanctuaries that the Most High has created, those learning institutions, they cause you to do something. Go to the book of Maccabees. The first chapter. I'm gonna read verses 1 through 4. And in doing so, when we get to 41, it's going to mention Antiochus. And Antiochus is a descendant from Alexander the Great. The candy that you chew, Alexander the Grape, his name was Alexander, and they called him the Great for what he did. He was a murdering, barbaric devil that slaughtered and killed everything in his path so that he can have his way. And it happened. So this is First Maccabees, chapter 1, from verse 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Shittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and of Medes. Those are the East Indians, the ones that have the red dots in their head. They fell to the Greeks, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece. So now Alexander made many wars and won many strongholds. When people tried to resist him and they were holding back, they lost. He won. These are bodies. And slew the kings of the earth. I told you he was a murderer. Fast murderer. hundreds and thousands, probably millions of people, murdering them, digging craters in the ground, burning their bodies, and burying them, and went through to the ends of the earth as far as he can go, and took spoils of many nations to take people's possessions, their clothing, their jewelry, their food sources, whatever it is, their waters, whatever it is that was of value, he wouldn't care. You're going to face that again. Don't get so caught up until you won't hear the message. And so much that the earth was quiet before him. That means people began to submit. They bowed down to the God. They submitted. Stop slaying us. Stop killing us. Stop resisting. We'll do what you say. Whereupon he was lifted. He was exalted and his heart was lifted up. He gathered a mighty strong host. That's the military. And ruled over countries. So no longer did he didn't just leave the country alone and never come back. He filled the face of the earth with himself. And that's why everywhere you go, you see modern day Alexander in the form of a white man. You see police stations and embassies and military bases. You see them everywhere. So he ruled over countries and nations and these people. Then he began to mix with those people too. How? Physically. And they become blended. Right now, do a phone check. Make sure you got the do not disturb one. I just did mine. So ruling over those nations, these nations became blended. A lot of them became blended. When it came to the Hebrews and it came to the Edomites, they call them mulatto. Mixed. So, but please do not be mistaken. Live in error. It happened to everybody. Oh, nope. Everybody is not mixed. Nope. Don't let somebody feed you that. It happened a lot, but not 100%. Okay. Let's see. And kings who became tributaries unto him. Then they became to pay him. Tribute, taxation. So what is where you have to pay tribute and taxation? Slavery, captivity. For no apparent reason. So for our people to think that they are not in slavery unto this day is a lack of understanding. Now we're going to go over to the 41st verse. Now his descendant, Antiochus, moreover, King Antiochus, because Alexander eventually dies. But you don't give it to the guy across the street or somebody down the street. The throne is inherited. So he wrote into his kingdom, his whole kingdom, that all should be one people. So remember all those lands that his father conquered or his relative conquered, all of those people. Antiochus is saying should be one people. That's what's happening right now under the United States of America. What's the saying about one people? How does that go? Yes, what is that called?
The Pledge of Allegiance.
The Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, there you go. We all know that. We learned that. Who learned that in grade school? You see, they got us. They got you. They got me too. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
To the Republic.
and to the republic of which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible. Yeah, whatever it says, right? Yeah. They make you pledge. So here, this guy said, all should be one people. And that's how you indoctrinate them. You tell them that you want them to be at one. When you don't have a choice, because if the people that gives you food, water, housing, they directing you in this way and directing you in that way. And now it's the ones that educate us in today's world. From the time you come into the world, they offer you health insurance that will give you child care so you can go back to slavery. I'm sorry, you go back to work. And then they begin in child care indoctrinating your child as an infant, as a baby, to get used to being in an environment with strange people. Then they stick you with pins and needles so that you can be all in the same place with those other strange people, with those strange babies, like cattle. One people. Everybody has to go for it, because if you don't work, they ain't gonna give you no food. Ain't gonna give you nothing. The environment that they built, the plantation that they built, runs off energy and resources, and they're not gonna give you free resources, fuel and electric and running water and waste disposal. You got to pay to get rid of the disposal called the trash. You have to pay for everything. So you have to go to work. Verse 42, and everyone should leave his laws. So your laws were associated, you learned them from the temple of God. So why do you think the people in the land, they don't come to the temple of the Most High to learn the laws? They have a problem with that. They go to where you can leave the laws and have no laws. So all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. Yeah. Many also of the Israelites consented to his religion. So being without the laws, that's not right. Religion, form of philosophy, the tradition of men. And sacrifice. So not only did they leave the laws, but they sacrificed unto idols. That's against the commandment of God. Not to have any graven images, which is an idol. Not to have a form of anything. That's why you've never seen any pictures here. You've never seen us promote or push any picture and say, oh, this is what he would look like. The Bible gives a written description of what he would look like. It never said, draw a picture. It becomes an idol. So if you have these idols of wood and stone or plastered with paint or whatsoever, you must get rid of those things. That's something that the nations has brought in. If your parents got them and they're used to them and they think that they're cute, hey, that's a trick because the scriptures tell you not to have that. And it says, and profane the Sabbath. What does the word profane mean? Anybody? Defile. And how do you defile the Sabbath? The Sabbath in the Bible, there are things listed that it tells you what you should do and what you shouldn't do on the Sabbath day. Okay? You're not to buy or sell. Where is that? Nehemiah chapter 10. You're not to kindle a fire to cook. Now, if you kindling a fire for the heat, to warm your house, we had chimneys, we had fireplaces and things like that. That's that. But to cook, the meal was supposed to be prepared the day before, and you're supposed to eat it, and whatever's left over, then you may go and eat that and discard whatever, but you're not supposed to be at the stove warming up food and using heating elements. Where's that at? About no cooking, not kindling the fire. Exodus 35. Okay. So we got the buying, we got the cooking, and we got the working, not to work. Where's that? Not to work. Exodus 20. Okay. Another one, we missed one. Another one about selling. Amos 8, Nehemiah 13. Okay. About selling. So when Israel profaned the Sabbath, they are doing all the things that I said. And if I would ask, how many of us know somebody that is profaning the Sabbath? We all would raise our hands. It would be unanimous. And it shouldn't be a hand down. That's the problem. Then that shows you they agree with Antiochus and not with God. God didn't change it. Antiochus did. Verse 44. For the king sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah. So he sent letters to the ground, the grass, the trees, or individual, or the people. That's right, it's the people. Now, instead of a letter, it's more elaborate. It's the radio, it's the television, it's the internet. Remember I said, when it happens, you will be notified not to come to work. You'll be notified that this is not working, that's not working, that you'll be notified. They're not going to send letters out because the means of communication are advanced. It's called technology now. When the pandemic hit, how many of us got notified by some of the ways I said? Either you learned it over the radio, the television, or phone call, or something like that. How many of us we got notified that way? Right. It didn't happen by letter, right? Because the technology is lightning fast. You can call somebody behind you and it'll ring instant. Ring. See, they can call you from over another part in the city, and it's gonna transfer through all those lines real fast. That's lightning. It's quicker than a messenger on a horse. I'm relating what you see in the Bible to what we're saying that we should always be on edge about, and we should have in remembrance as we get into Luke 21. That they should follow the strange laws of the land. Now the misbehavior outside of the commandments is not strange. Forbid burnt offerings. Where was these offerings taking place at? At the temple. I said, and this is why we came here, so that you can see what is the significance about the temple. The temple was a place of learning, an institution, It connected you with your Father, the God, the Most High. And these burnt offerings and sacrifices and drink offerings, it says in the temple. All of these things were for what purpose, Trevon? You sure? All these things was for what purpose, Ryan? Anawa? These things were, the purpose of them was to take away sin. So they didn't want you to worry about sin. Because the things that you were doing, they were sin. And they didn't want you to worry about sin no more. Don't worry about that no more. Are we understanding?
Yes.
Moving on. And that they should profane the Sabbaths. So the Sabbaths were days of restraint where you were to stop doing, where you were to stop your life. Oh, I got something to do. I got this to do. You're supposed to cease like the Most High cease. But instead, they taught you not to stop. That's why Amazon still runs trucks on Sabbaths. Amazon and Domino's and any other place that delivers, the stores and the shops, hardware stores, multi-billion-dollar hardware stores, they're still open on Sabbath. And festival days. What festival days? What's another word for festival? Feasts. Feasts, the feast days. They tried to ignore the feast days of the scriptures. They know that they're there, but they're not going to mention it or say nothing about it. You know how they're going to behave? They're going to behave like the fake people know that the real people all have awoken now and have claimed our nationality, have claimed our heritage, and that we are the people of the Most High. You don't hear no outpouring or no crying about it, do you? Think about it. Is the fake people out there crying about, oh, they saying that they are the people. They saying it. They're not doing nothing, right? There's no noise about it, right? And they know according to the scriptures that we're right. But they continue to live a lie. So what I'm saying is the festival, the feast days, these people know the feast days of the Most High. But yet, October's going to come around and they're going to dress up like goblins and Casper the Friendly Ghost and mermaids, right? There are no people with the bottom half of a dolphin. There's no women swimming around in the ocean. Come up, she's beautiful. Until you see her legs, which is one leg, a fin, a big fin. That's a fairy tale. So they'll keep stuff like that. And they'll ignore the fact that you're trying to say, hey, we want to address tabernacles. We're trying to keep tabernacles. You do that, I'm sorry. That's not allowed. I can't give you those many consecutive days off. Even though the scriptures tell you to keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days, and on the 8th day there should be a holy convocation where you shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It's a total of 8 days. I can't give you those many days off. That's the festival days of the Most High. But come December, let's count the days. The 24th, right? The 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, the 30th, the 31st, the 1st, and then they come back after the 1st on the 2nd. That's 9 days. There are some jobs that will say, I'll see you after the first. But will flat out tell you, we can't give you those many consecutive days. This is preposterous. Who takes that? You know, you don't want to call it a vacation. It's not a vacation because you really not doing having luxurious fun like you would have. You like serving the Lord. That means you are in an environment to where you doing group activities. You're doing something with the group. You're doing something with the assembly, with the congregation. It's different than being on a vacation by myself. I get up when I get up. I go when I go. When you with the assembly, you just move as a group. It's different. So you're trying to get them to not to look at it like, oh, this is a vacation for me. You try to get them to look at it like this is associated with God and this is something that I need to do. They don't want to hear nothing like that. Let's read what the Bible says. It says, and forbid burnt offerings, sacrifice, drink offerings, that they should profane the Sabbath and feastable days. How do you profane the festival days, the feast days? By ignoring them and doing what they tell you instead of what God tells you. If you are alive and you understand the truth that you know you're an Israelite, you're flat out wrong. And you're just going to ignore the festival days and do what you please or do what they tell you to do. And some of you are not used to keeping the festival feast days. Some of this might make you uncomfortable. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. It's supposed to move you out of your comfort zone. They mean something. It's not just for a whole jolly good time. The feast days of the Most High is commemorating deliverance where our foreparents went through hell and high water for their lives trying to survive. And they are days commemorating deliverance. And as a reminder of those things, you got to cut off this lifestyle that you have. Let me say this right. Because let's say you don't have a sinful lifestyle, but you just have an agenda. You might want to stop what you're doing from your will and now hold the convocation like the Most High said to hold. That's what we're supposed to do, because that is letting the Most High know that you have returned back to your heritage, you have returned back to your culture, and you understand what our people in time past went through. Because what's going to happen? Who's going to tell your tale? What's going to happen when you go through things? And we are going to go through things. And that's, you can't understand the future if you don't know the past. Straight up. You don't know what you've been through. You don't know where you've been. You don't know. You ain't going to even know who you are. That's why a lot of people that buck up and fight against this, they don't know who they are. Let's see. Pollute the sanctuary. What is the sanctuary? The place of worship. It's certain things you can do and certain things you cannot do in the sanctuaries of the Most High. Okay, in the sanctuaries of the Most High, when you are in fellowship, when you are worshiping or servicing and learning, you're not supposed to be drinking, not supposed to be intoxicated. Okay. There should be no profaneness or no lewdness, no physical activity in the sanctuaries of the Most High. Stuff like that. Harlots, whoremongers, that type of behavior in the sanctuary of the Most High. Because people with that promiscuous spirit on them, they don't care where they get down at. That's not supposed to happen in the sanctuaries of the Most High. That's how you profane the Most High sanctuary, profane the sanctuary, dallying with harlots, flirting, touching, kissing, crap like that. The Greeks were allowing stuff like that. All right. So I could go on and on with this because the list goes on and on. Let's go where we were going to start in Luke chapter 21. Luke chapter 21 and verse 1. He looked up and saw the rich men casting their gifts into the treasury. People giving. And he saw also a certain poor widow casting in thither 2 mites. 2 mites is not a lot. Trust me, it's not a lot. It's like pennies. So as he began to see this with his own 2 eyes, that's when he is going to get into the beginning of foretelling the past. Remember, we used to talk about this a lot. Right off, the end of the world, what's going to happen? How you say it? S-H-I-T, S-H-I-T. Oh, that's crap. That's it. What is it?
SHT.
Crab hit H-I-M. Oh, okay. Yeah, those letters. Crap hitting the fan. Let's talk about it a lot. So when Christ began to talk about it, but this is what he saw before he began that conversation. This is what made him think about it. He saw people putting money into the treasury, almost like a mailbox, but people was just giving money. Okay, they were, contributing through faith to the cause, support. All right. He saw a certain poor woman casting 2 mites, and he said, of a truth I say unto you that this poor widow have cast in more than they all. For all these have of their abundance cast in unto the offering of God. But she of her penury have cast in all the living that she had. Penury is her want. She wanted from the Most High. So her wanting and her needing from the Most High, she was giving her offering through faith. Like she wanted the Most High to hear her prayers and bless her and stuff like that. So the other guys, they had it. It was right for them to do it. They had it, and so they gave because they knew that giving alms and giving offerings is something we to do. But her, she wanted badly from the Most High, and that's why she gave. Okay, so it's gonna start heating up. This is what he saw. And as some spake of the temple, how it was adorned with goodly stones and gifts, he said, as for these things which ye behold, the days will come in which there shall not be left one stone upon another. So they saw something glorious. But Christ foretelling the future. Now, of course, they it was surely it was protected. Surely they had, people in authority. So it's like, how was they going to let this happen? They're going to let it happen because they can't stop it from happening. Let me use the scriptures to explain. somewhat, we're going to be faced with the same situation. St. John chapter 19. St. John chapter 19, and I'm going to skip around. I'm going to start at verse 1. Then Pilate therefore took Christ and scourged him. That means he whooped him. He hit on him. And the soldiers plaited a crown of thorns. So these would be Roman soldiers, and put it on his head. And they put on him a purple robe and said, "Hail, King of the Jews," and they smote him with their hands. So we're going to skip down. First and foremost, that's the problem. Why is Pilate there? Pilate is a Roman emperor. So when you skip down to verse, and he's crucifying an Israelite. Verse 6, when the chief priests therefore and officers saw him, they cried out, saying, "Crucify him." So now his own people is saying, "Crucify him, crucify him." We're going to move forward. Let's see. Verse 7, the Jews answered, because Pilate was saying that there's no, that he still hit him, but he's saying there's no fault in him in 6. Verse 7, the Jews answered him, "We have a law." So that shows you that these are two different nations. "We have a law, and by our law, he ought to die." So they were accusing him of a blasphemy because he made himself the Son of God. So they felt that he made himself better than everybody else. When Pilate therefore heard that saying, he was more afraid. So Pilate was afraid because the Lord had performed miracles that Pilate had knew about, that they were true, and that he was special. So he had more sense than the scribes and the Pharisees and the chief priests. So fear came upon him because he knew that they were punishing somebody that was connected with the Most High. Now, still ain't got to my point yet. Let's see. Get down. Verse 11, I'll read that. So the Christ answered, "Thou couldst have no power at all against me, except it were given thee from above. Therefore, he that delivered me unto thee have the greatest sin." So he's charging the scribes and Pharisees and the chief priests because they have a greater sin because they delivered him unto the Romans. Okay. Verse 12, and from henceforth Pilate sought to release him, but the Jews cried out, saying, "If thou let this man go, thou art not Caesar's friend. Whosoever was making himself a king speaketh against Caesar." So let's get to the meat on the bone. Jump down to verse 15. But he cried out, "Away with him, away with him." They cried out, Crucify him. Pilate said unto him, Shall I crucify your king? The chief priest answered, We have no king but Caesar. Then delivered he him, therefore, unto them to be crucified. And they took the Lord and led him away. So, lose this and let's go back to where we were. In Luke chapter 21. So remember the things that we just read. Luke 21 and verse 5. I know you there when the pages stop. Luke 21 and 5. And of some spake of the temple, how it was adorned with goodly stones and gifts. He said, As of these things which you behold, meaning what you seeing, the days will come in the which there shall not be left one stone upon another. So all the beauty that you see, the building, the erection of this thing, it ain't going to be one stacked on top of another. That shall not be thrown down. Use common sense. Based upon what we just read, who's in control? Based upon what we read in John 19, who's in control? Yeshua? Corin?
God.
Okay. Trevon? Obadiah? The Romans. The Romans are in control. You just read it. So, the Israelites had such great friendship with the Romans. What the Israelites didn't know, based upon if Christ is saying that they were going to flatten this thing. And remember the title when we began. What's going to happen? Temple going to be destroyed. Okay. What else you think is going to happen? They're going to get turned on. But you think if they really knew that they were going to be turned on, that they would be crucifying the help? You don't crucify the help, brother. Do we see it? Christ is sent to help them. The people during that time, based upon just the two segments, and we're still at the surface of this. I'm going slow so that it can marinate with you that the people of Israel held in high esteem and at a higher state the Roman Empire and all the Edomites, to the point to where they loved them so much that they killed the Christ and they persecuted the church. The church is like you guys. They persecuted, they didn't like anybody that followed the Christ. It's the same things that's happening right now today. That's why you have so many issues and backlash and problems with people trying to understand how you serve God. You're serving them line upon line, precept upon precept, and they got a problem with you. But they don't have a problem with the lawless Romans. They don't have a problem with Edom, but they got a problem with you. To the point to where they will crucify you, they will kill you. That's why you better watch your back and your front and both sides when you're around your own people. Because on the outside, they look like you, but on the inside, they think like them. And they don't really realize it. So Christ was warning them. This is the beginning. He was warning them that they are going to be, what word did I just use? That's not that. I used a different word to help edify, help give us some understanding on what he's warning that's going to happen. I'm going to take away the destruction of the temple. Jerusalem foretold. What else? What word did I just use? Betrayed. Betrayed. They're going to be betrayed. The people's going to turn on them. It was a great massacre. It was a great slaughter. It was an onslaught from people that they allowed to be bold enough to come into the land, steal the land, the very own land that was our inheritance was given to us, get comfortable. We will be betrayed. Like, it might be hard for you to realize that someday you're going to be betrayed. You know what I tell people? You know what I tell people? I get people that wants to bang on Esau. We tell them, keep your mouth shut. You have that's nothing for you to say to them. Why? Because you are really gonna be betrayed. Do you want that thing to fast forward? You want them to fall on you instantly in a moment of time? Do you really want that type of smoke? Nah. They already cereal. They cereal, and what's the other terminology? So, and what's that when they a lot of them when you self-inflict? What's that? Suicidal. They suicidal, serial, and that was the other one. What was the other? And psycho. I ain't got nothing to say to you, Esau. You gonna say what you gonna say. You gonna do what you gonna do. They be all on the post saying stuff. I ain't answering them not a word. I ain't saying nothing to them. Because you're dealing with the type of devil that'll be on the internet looking up your name, looking up your address over some stuff you said on the internet. That's your fault. They already serial, man. Don't you know you got to learn your enemy, man? The Most High said he was a cunning hunter. He's a man of the field. They already want to relive out all the little stuff that they've done in their militaries. A lot of these dudes bending Esau's army. How you think it's so big? They have military experience. And you a video gangster. You a internet gangster. You on the internet commenting and going back and forth. Esau ain't got nothing to say to you, man. Have it your way. It is what you say it is. To you. I mean, do we understand? Do not say nothing to these people. Leave them alone. Don't let them get under your skin. Because they are serial killers. They are psychotic. And they are suicidal. Leave them alone. And if they come to you and you kill one of them, you're subject to get arrested for the murder. Instead of, I was trying to defend myself. Sonya Massey called the police, dead. Come on, man. Just leave them alone. This is the best advice I can give you. Leave them alone. Don't say nothing to them. Keep going. These people didn't know during the time of Christ. They didn't know what was going to hit them, like a brick, like an atomic bomb. He's sitting there telling them, the same people that you trust in, bro, they're going to betray you. And they did. And I'm telling you, the same ones that you trust in, they're going to betray you. You're going to see a side. You're going to see a side of them like you have never saw before. You better open your eyes and your ears, and you better believe the gospel. You better believe the scriptures more than you believe and they owe you for the 40 hours that you put in. Because a lot of you, that's all you care about. That money. That money gonna blind you. That's a distraction. All right, so Luke chapter 21, verse 6. As for these things which ye behold, the days will come, in the which there shall not be one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down, because Israel ain't going to destroy their own temple. And they asked him, saying, Master, but when shall these things be? So let's say, okay, it's fair to say. What's documented, because I was going to try and guesstimate his age, but I don't need that. So listen to this. In September 66, we're in the month of September, the Romans in Jerusalem surrendered and were lynched. Meanwhile, the Greek inhabitants of the capital of Judea, Caesarea, attacked their Jewish neighbors. The Jews replied in kind, expelling many Greeks from Judea. Not that don't even sound right. I understand that it happened 66 years after the Lord had, after his crucifixion, his death, his crucifixion, death, and resurrection. 66 years later. Okay. Let's see. It began in 66. It was actually sacked 4 years after it began in 70. Okay. The revolt started in 66. In the fall of AD 66, the other post said September. They gave us a month. The Jews combined in revolt, expelled the Romans from Jerusalem, and overwhelmed in the pass of Beth Horon a Roman punitive force of Gallus, the imperial legate in Syria. So if the Jews combined in revolt, it wasn't the scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees because they loved them. It wasn't them. They would be trying to control the situation. It would have been the believers in Christ. Yahushua, that's whom the word calls Jesus Christ. It would have been people that believed and followed him. And you might say, well, how? There are a lot of people that believe in the Christ, but they kind of do what they want to do. Hot-headed. You can't tell them. Like, do you know, like I just said, leave the Edomites alone. Just don't answer them not a word. They'll still comment. They'll still go and do whatever it is they want to do. See, the scriptures give us the best case scenario. And oftentimes people don't choose the best case scenario. The best case scenario is to just answer them not a word. Leave them alone, just like Christ. That keeps them from reacting to you how? hostile. That keeps them from coming to hunt you down because they are offended. Don't y'all know that these Europeans, that they go from state to state killing officials if they don't like somebody? They'll come from one part of the world and go to another part of the world to their meeting or whatever, committee meeting, or they're outside speaking. They'll be like, yes, I stand for this, and I tell you, I'm gonna make. And who shot him? Somebody from way over. So little old you, what you doing? Yeah, what you talking about? So the end of this said a revolutionary government was then set up and an extended influence throughout the whole country. How many Jews died in 70 AD? Josephus wrote that 1.1 million people, the majority of them Jewish, were killed during the siege. The death toll that attributes to the celebration of Passover. Josephus goes on to report that after the Romans killed the armed and elderly people, the Romans killed the armed and elderly people. So that's in the law of the curses. They will not regard the young nor the old. So the Romans killed the armed and elderly people. 97,000 were enslaved. I don't know about the numbers. I'm not going to get into it about the numbers. But the point is that they were betrayed. They saw safety in them, turned their back on the Most High, and look what happened. So let's go back to Luke chapter 21. In verse 7, they asked him, saying, Master, but when shall these things be? So first he would have to die, and then it would kick off 60-something years after his death. So he was foretelling what was going to happen, and it did come to pass. They just couldn't see it because they saw the glorious temple. They saw their own people set up. They saw the Romans doing what they do. Like, oh, surely this is fine. Things are at peace. We just gonna let it be like it let it be. And that's how a lot of people of color are right now. All things are at peace. We got the police, we got our housing, we got our job. Can we just not all get along? Let's just get along. We're just gonna let things be like it's gonna be. It's going to happen. Society, as you know, it will happen. It's going to collapse. It's going to fall. And the Most High is going to kick it off. He's going to allow it to happen. What sign will there be when these things shall come to pass? And of course, all of us, we want a sign. Just tell us already. If you don't, you want to fast forward. He said, take heed that ye be not deceived. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ. That happens right now, today. So for somebody to come in that time saying that they was Christ, what could that be? They wouldn't think that. They couldn't be saying that, okay, I'm just giving you this as help so you can get the answer right. They are the returned, resurrected Messiah. Not that. Nobody would know. The people would know that not that. You are not the returned, resurrected Messiah. So what else could it be? I think we talked about this in Tabernacles, and I used for an example Negan. This is me giving you more of the answer, man. All right, you had.
So I believe it's the people coming to preach the gospel, but not actually following the gospel themselves, giving false, examples.
Right.
Oh.
Somebody's saying that they like Christ. They're saying that I'm Christ, but they're not trying to tell you that they are the actual resurrected Christ. Example, I saw just a clip of the camp. Didn't the guy out there say he was saved and he was born again in Jesus Christ? That's the same thing as saying I'm Christ. So now you got him, and then you got you brothers that was out there. Somebody ain't Christ. You know what I'm saying? Somebody ain't Christ. So you have to be mindful of who you beholding, meaning who you seeing, who you watching, who you breaking bread with, who you learning from that's saying, I am Christ. You got to be very mindful of that. So while they want to know about signs, Christ is trying to put them, the first thing is he's trying to put them in the mindset, know who you are dealing with. Why? Because somebody that say that they are Christ, but don't do what Christ did, is disobedient, and you're following the wrong person. So no clue, no sign, no nothing can ever help you if you are following the wrong person. Two wrongs don't make it right. You ain't going to end up right. That's the first thing. All right. It says, and the time draweth nigh, go ye not therefore after them. Meaning don't follow. Don't link up. Don't follow them just because somebody's saying, I'm Christ. But when you shall hear of wars and commotions, be not terrified. So a lot of times we hear about certain things. So this is going to happen or that's going to happen. You hear about these things through social media and you get shook. You're like, oh, whoa, what am I going to do? That's terrified. That ever happened to anybody? You heard about something and then it kind of put that fear in you like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. Right. You gotta get some control over your mind. You gotta get some control over your spirit, over your thoughts. Even though we're telling you things are gonna happen, you still gotta have control over your mind and don't let terror set in to where you're so afraid that you cannot live out your life, or you feel like you can't survive. You'll be okay. You'll be okay, regardless of what you face with. I've seen it. We were on the raft. We're rolling down the river. Roll your boat gently down. We're rolling. And I pointed to a spot. I knew it was rough, but the raft ride was so terrible. It was crazy. I mean, we somersault down the lake the whole time. I mean, if it was like 300 boaters, we came in spot 301. We were last, dead last. But the Lord turned the whole thing around, and I began to have fun. I said, okay, I'm going to start teaching you guys. I argued with Shy the whole time. I'm like, boy, you don't know what you're saying. Why do you think? So got the raft to calm down. And then I started instructing. And I say, see, you do it like this and do it like that. I stopped everybody, and the boat was going, and we start going down the road, right? So we get turned around, the Veronica's in the back. And I say, okay, here's a teachable. I say, now I'm telling you, from here to cross the street, the waters is like, bro, it was flowing. I said, we're going to hit that, and don't worry about it. I'm going to tell you what to do. You got this. Just remember what to do. It's going to be up to you to paddle, to keep. So she's in the rear left. And the rear left, if you paddle, if you push that, you're going to keep it, it's going to make the raft stay straight. On these rafts, everybody trying to paddle at the same time, that's why you're spinning. Everybody cannot paddle at the same time. All right? But anyway, panic. So she's like, Elder, what side do you want me to go to? I sent her into the rough waters. Do you want me to go to the right? Or do you want me to go to the left? I said, you got this. Go to the left. I wasn't trying to set her up. I said, go to the left, because the left, if she do it and we keep it straight, remember, we need some momentum, right? So we're going to use that stream as a momentum. She crashed the plane. We hit that water. She said, oh, I said, it was too late. Then everybody had to hit the duck. We just had to, it almost scalped her. You'd think some Indians was out there. Man, we ran into trees and brushes. Everybody had to lay down in the raft. It was rough. We got stuck and hung up in it. She's like, I don't want to do it. I said, no, you had to, you panic. So when you hearing this information, don't panic. Just go through it. It's gonna get rough. It's gonna happen. You gotta have boldness. You gotta have the confidence. You gotta remember the scriptures. You gotta remember the lessons. One of the most important things that Christ, before he gets into all of this, because Christ is gonna go into it, the first thing he told them is watch who you follow. That's number one. You gotta see this. That's placed there for a reason, because that's what he said. They're gonna come saying, I am Christ. If you hooked up with somebody that's saying they have Christ, but they in sin, when this stuff happens, what you think gonna happen? They're gonna lead you astray, because they have been led and misled and misinformed and made bad choices themselves in other areas. So you don't want to do that. No, you don't want to do that. You want to be in the right place. So the Most High has placed you, brothers and sisters, in this General Assembly, putting you in the right place. People here that say they are Christ are actually following the Christ. Okay? Verse 9, it says, for these things must first come to pass. You hearing of wars, you hearing of the commotion. That's preliminary, that's first. Right now, what are you hearing of? Are you hearing this and you hearing that? Let me get it while we're on it. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play it. You're hearing stuff like this. I'll let you guys hear the audio.
Organizations are running. I want to do a quick update about a document that got passed by the United Nations this weekend called the Pact of the Future document. This is the World Health Organization's runaround. Since today we're not able to get the World Health Organization treaty passed, they decided to take it to the General Assembly. That is now being.
I'm sure you can't hear it. Let me try and hook it up to the speaker. So this is an example of wars and rumors of wars, and I don't think it's gonna play because I'm on the phone. Because I'm on the phone.
Decided to take it to the General Assembly. That is now being accepted by 193 nations around the world and accepted by our current administration. Everyone will be expected to have a biometric digital ID that marks them not just as citizens of an individual country, but as a global citizen. Anyone that has a dissonant opinion will be labeled as misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation and memory holes. Perpetrators for unapproved information will be fact-checked and punished by the system, which will be operated and enforced by artificial intelligence. Punishments will include being locked out of one's bank account, being unable to make certain purchases, unable to get on an airplane, on a subway, drive on public roads. These are unelected bureaucrats that are making decisions about our country, our sovereignty around the world. Now is really the time to get involved and get prepared, because this is what's coming. So it's up to us to mobilize, particularly with your local sheriffs, to get your constitutional sheriffs to say, this isn't going to be allowed in my county. We've been talking about the onset of one world order, one world government, one world religion, one world money. Well, it's no longer coming, it's here.
Were you able to hear it?
I want to do a quick update about a document that got passed by the United Nations this weekend called the Pact of the Future document. This is the World Health Organization's runaround.
I looked it up, and it's something that happened. Yeah, so that today's the Sabbath, and that came out on Wednesday. And after I saw it and I looked it up, it was something that had happened 7 hours prior. Yeah. So you're gonna hear about things like that. Things like that is nothing just. How many of us ever started up a lawnmower? Oh, good. In order to start the lawnmower, you had to do what, VJ?
Pull the string.
Pull the string. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan.
First, you gotta prime it.
You have to prime it. You have to prime it. Prime it. That's pushing that little thing. That's what you're doing. With all the rumors and all of this foreplay, they're priming you. They're putting it out there. So when it happens, you're going to say, oh, okay. Now, you're not going to feel happy about it, but you're going to be like, I heard about that. The mind will be in less shock than it would if you hadn't heard about it at all and it was just some new. You would go crazy. You'd have millions of people going crazy, but they're trying to control the masses. So they leak these things out. They allow these things to come out and these things to happen. Therefore, you already know about them already. It gave your mind an opportunity to process what you're going through. But it's going to happen, guys. Make no doubt about it. Okay. So, Luke 21:9, but when you shall hear of wars and commotion, be not terrified, for these things must come to pass. But the end is not by and by. Then he said unto them, nation shall rise up against nation, kingdom against kingdom. Now, when Christ is telling them this, we're going to use common sense. The Israelites in Jerusalem are in what state? What's their livelihood? Anybody? Who?
They at war.
They're at war. Okay. No, they're not at war. What's their livelihood?
You talking about in the Bible right here?
I want somebody else to give it a shot. Nobody? Go ahead, Ryan.
So to my understanding that they were like priests and stuff.
They were priests. Okay. Nobody else got it? What's their livelihood?
I would say they're not really seeing all of it. They living pretty good right now.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Oh they're living in more
They're in captivity. That's their livelihood. Okay, they're in captivity. So it's not ease or comfort, they're in captivity. Just like you're in captivity. So the reason why I asked is because he's telling them that nation shall rise up against nation. Now, while they're in captivity and they're hearing about nation rise up against nation, remember the Lord ain't talking about things that's not going to affect them. Let's use, what's his name in the beginning of First Maccabees 1? Alexander. So Alexander went all over the world conquering people, right? Haven't you at times heard when the U.S. went off to war and you was probably at a car wash, at a movie, but they in what country, Nam? They in what country fighting a war? Afghanistan, fighting a war. So it's the Romans against, who was the country of Afghanistan? The Arabs?
Yeah, the Arab.
Fighting against the Arabs. It's got nothing to do with you. So when Christ is saying this, it ain't got nothing to do with them. They already got it. They ain't got a dog. They ain't got nothing. They can't win this fight here because they already lost. They lost when they left the commandments of the Most High and let the Romans set up shop and agreed with them. When you agree with them, you already in loss. Nation shall rise against nation. This ain't Israel. That's the Romans going out still fighting other people. And the whole time, they gonna be at rest, not really realizing that they gonna get checked too. Kingdom against kingdom. And great earthquakes shall be in diverse places, famines, and pestilence. Let me ask you a question. This should make you think, and this is not a trick question. The Israelites in Judea under the Romans, would they experience famine? Think about it. They're in Judea under the Romans. Should they experience famine? It's famine in the world now. You're in the States. Have you experienced famine? You're under the Romans. Have you experienced famine? So that's the same answer. You know how oftentimes we hear about things happening in other countries, and we be like, "Man, that's bad. That's sad. That's bad." But it ain't. It ain't affected you. You know, all praises unto the Most High, but at the same time, the powers that be that's trucking in this and flying in that and boating in this through them cargo containers, they bringing them supplies. So did the famines hit them?
Yes.
No, they're under the Romans. The famine didn't hit them, man. That's the point I'm trying to. That's they heard about all these different things, but no, these things they just those are rumors that they are not to be afraid of. So when you read verse 9 and it says, "Be not terrified," anybody that's experiencing a famine is going to be terrified. The only reason why he's telling them not to, because it's hearsay, it's words, it's affecting outside of their perimeter. That's what it seems as. It's affected. It's during his lifetime. So during his lifetime, we're not hearing about wars in the land and all these incidents during the time. But these are things that he's telling them that they will hear, just like we hear. We hear about tsunamis that hit. What's a foreign country that the tsunami hit and it just wrecked it real bad? Thailand, somewhere? Taiwan?
No, Taiwan. That's where.
But we're not over there. And we could be like, oh, wow, it hit there. It's going to come here next. You know what I mean? So Christ is telling them about all the things that they hear. Just have some mental control over the things that you are hearing. All right. Then it says pestilence and fearful sights and great signs shall be from heaven. So those things possibly, but before all these, they shall lie their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and prisons, being brought before kings and rulers for my name's sake. What's happening in here?
Persecuting the church.
Persecuting the church, exactly. For the teachings. We come to this point. Verse 13. It shall turn to you for a testimony. What is going to turn as a testimony? What is a testimony? What is a testimony?
Experience.
That's right. A spoken story of experience. What is going to be the spoken story of experience?
Them being tested. Keeping the faith through those things.
Okay, good. Jeremiah, what'd you say?
Keeping the faith through those things.
Okay, not so much. That could be it, but that's not the one. That's not the answer in place. Somebody else said it.
Them being persecuted and delivered into the synagogue.
Right. Them being persecuted. What they've been through. Okay. Because remember, you got wicked men who service the Romans. Then you got the Romans themselves who hate Israelites. The scriptures say they have a perpetual hatred. All right. Where is that found at?
Ezekiel 35.
Absolutely. Ezekiel 35, they have the perpetual hatred for us. All right. So they had the same hatred then. That's why they're there. To try and rule over you and destroy you and crush you and right. Settle it therefore in your hearts not to meditate, therefore, what ye shall answer. I'm going to read that part again, and then you guys, somebody can tell me what this means. It says, settle it, therefore, in your mind, in your hearts, not to meditate before what ye shall answer. What does that mean? It means don't try and think about what you're going to say. For I will give you a mouth and wisdom. Because if you meditate in your mind what you're going to say, you're going to terrorize yourself. You're going to present all these different scenarios on how you're going to talk your way out of something. And you don't need to talk your way out of nothing. The Most High threw you through it. you don't know the exit plan until he give it to you at that moment. For I will give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries should not be able to gainsay nor resist. It's nothing they'll be able to say, because it's going to be the Spirit of God talking through you. And they cannot gainsay or they cannot resist. They won't be able to help. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start that. They won't be able, it's nothing they can do about what's coming out your mouth. Verse 16, and ye shall be betrayed. It is right there. Both by parents and brethren and kinfolks and friends. Why? Why would Israelites be betrayed?
They're gonna hand us over to the Romans. The ones that don't have the faith.
Okay, I need somebody else to answer now. I didn't say what is the meaning of betrayed. I said, why would you be betrayed? Corey.
Because they didn't believe.
Okay, I'm just flat out calling them wrong. Y'all wrong.
Every time will we be betrayed, because it'll be like.
You're asking or telling me?
It's my answer.
Okay.
My answer. Which I'm curious to answer this too.
Well, then let me ask somebody that either give me the answer, say, this is why, or let somebody else tell why.
So they've been betrayed because it's like a warning out for all of the people that rebelled. It's like a warning out for them. They want to find everybody that's part of the rebellion. So the people you think you can trust, you can't. They'll turn you around.
Okay, that's a stretch, Vaughn. Took that answer. That's abstract right there. It's like, is it what is that? No, that's kind of far-fetched right there. When I say far-fetched, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but why would, let me read it again. And ye shall be betrayed, both by parents and brethren and kinfolks and friends. Why were they betrayed?
I believe we will be betrayed because, in a sense, we're not going along to get along. We're keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. And the world, they're in fear. They're in fear, so they're going by the world law.
In fear, going by the world laws. Okay, that's a little closer. That's now.
They'll do that because we're not falling into the philosophies of Caesar. I'll say Caesar, like we're not falling into the philosophies of this world. We keep the commandments, and that's how they portray us, because we're not walking in that way.
Okay, one more. One more is surely there's one.
I was going to say, for Christ's name's sake.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right, Jeremiah. He be too much sometime, man.
Those people will be teaching us to sin, you know, that give up our faith in those hard times.
So what I'm thinking is a simple answer. It's simple. Why? So if we're betrayed by, it says, both parents. Why are you betrayed by both parents? So all the answers that just came out, right? Is that the answer why you betrayed by your parents? You might not really realize, and I'm telling you, you guys got to wake up. You still clinging and holding on. You looking back. If you don't realize that your parents ain't messing with you, something's wrong. Or your brothers or your sisters. How do they feel about you? That's another way of saying it. How do they feel about you? How do they feel about what you're doing? You and the truth. Let me be an ingredient. You listening to that man. How they feel about your decision to listen to that man.
Yeah, they be in the cold time.
It's all over internet. You in the cult. All the members, they're all in the cult. So, wait a second. Now you finna answer your own question and get real close to the answer. Oh, they hate you. They hate me? Okay. I seen what that guy said in the camp today.
Oh, man, he called you out.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He was, with all praises to the Most High. He said some other stuff. That's cool. It's cool. Yeah, it's cool. For Christ's sake. That's all. He's talking about scriptures. For Christ's sake. So, but listen up. Why have they made a choice to view you the way that they view you is what I'm asking you in another way now.
Because they hate the law.
You're correcting the way they live.
You're correcting the way that they live, and it's something else. What about them? What made them choose their emotion towards you like that? Christ said, if you were the world would love its own. So that's a hint there. Okay, right, because they love Esau. So the answer is because they love the Romans, man. They like Romans. They don't have a problem with them. So you probably haven't looked at yourself being betrayed because Most High bless your heart, but you still better watch your back. You still better watch your back because people in there. Have y'all just? I think you probably didn't see it. I don't know if I shared it, but I saw a little news article where a mother and daughter killed their whole family. You seen that? A mother and daughter killed the whole family, and then they was gonna kill themselves. I don't know why. I don't know what that was. What was up with that? It was crazy. But none of y'all family will walk the walk with you. When it comes to you and that chip, you and that mark, they're gonna take the mark and you're gonna be left on your own. Just like you not gonna walk with them. They're not gonna walk with you. That's called betrayal right there. Hey. Let's see. Find me where demons turn back.
2 Timothy 4. Titus 2. Let's see, right?
2 Timothy 4. Here's an example of why I said what I said, and I was really trying to stick to what I understand betrayal is. So the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness. So Paul is teaching this to Timothy. He say he understands his faith is that the Lord is going to give him a crown of righteousness instead of a crown of disapproval. How do you want the Most High to look at you like the Lord is disapprove of your behavior, your action in your life, or a crown of righteousness? Which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day, meaning when he died. Not to be only, but unto all them also that love his appearing. Okay, when does the Lord appear? He appeared through you when you come teaching and preaching. Remember what Romans about having said, blessed are they that preach the gospel of peace. Okay. Do thy diligence to come shortly unto me, for demons have forsaken me. It's the same as betrayed. Forsaken me, having loved this present world. So I ask you in Luke 21, why were the people betrayed? Because their relatives loved the world. To turn from you and choose the world over you is to betray you. And is departed into Thessalonica, Cretans to Galatia, Titus unto Dalmatia. Only Luke is with me. All right. So that's the part that I want us to see. Now, of course, you don't see the betrayal because you still got perks with them. Let's go back. Be careful of the perk. Why? That's right. The gift will blind you and destroy you. It'll pervert you. I've seen it. You can't judge a righteous judgment because the gift. Such and such does this. They watch my baby. They do this. They give me a ride. You know, I'm in their house. I do this. I got her car. I got his car. I got this. I got that. You perverted. You destroyed the gift. You can't even reprove correctly. The book of Luke, chapter 21 and 16, and ye shall be betrayed both by parents and brethren, kinfolks and friends. And some of you shall they cause to be put to death. Okay, and that's the second part. That's what you were speaking on, right, Abanian? Okay. By snitching on you. The commandment keeper is over there. He believes in that. He believes in that. Talking too much. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake. So people are not going to like you. because you dealing in the Christ. That's what that was about in the camp. Brothers out there teaching. This guy, I saw just a snippet of it, scoffing, saying, I started this. Well, I ain't started nothing. Most High started this. Guy never did humble himself to listen, did he? If he did, he'd have heard that y'all talking about the scriptures. He didn't hear anything. He's always been a scoffer. I don't even try to talk to him. Not for a moment. Let's see. It's more. Verse 18, but there shall not a hair of your head perish. You see right there. He told them not to be terrified. This is the answer. Because they're not going to perish. Not one string on your head going to perish. In order for that to happen for you, you should be jamming. You gotta be right. When the stuff hits the fan and it starts going AWOL and it starts going bad, going south, if you're a commandment keeper and you living right according to the scriptures and you pouring your spirit into the truth with everything you got and you loving your neighbor as you love yourself, the Most High gonna hold you down. He saying nothing gonna happen to you. That's why I'm like, don't freak out. All the stuff that you heard, all the things that you're going to see, let's move on. In your patience, possess ye your souls. In your patience. How many of us can admit that we run short on patience? Okay. That's not good. Because you're supposed to stabilize your spirit using the patience that you have. You're supposed to be able to control yourself. And if you short fused and you don't have a lot of patience, then you're going to cause yourself to go astray from your discipline, from your guidance, from your understanding. When the scriptures teach us wisdom and knowledge should be the stability of your times. So if you run out of patience, you're no longer leaning upon the knowledge that you, from experience, that you have success in. You can't be like that. You've got to be settled, rooted, and grounded, and strengthened with patience to survive. You got to have a tolerance for suffering. That's why when the Most High humble you, you can't fret, nor mock, or murmur, or rebel. You got to go through it, hoping, continuing to pray. And in your times of weakness, fellowship. The Most High has given you an abundance of loved ones. Trying to find a word to call us. I was thinking about family or brothers, but loved ones, people that you love, and people that love you. I believe that through the spirit of the Most High and everything that the Most High is trying to accomplish with Toy Tribes, we have to start forming. We have to start gelling. Let me use something. I got to use something carnal to help us understand. How many of us like basketball? What about championship basketball? Like a real good basketball team? What about football? Okay, so those of us that didn't have a hand, have you ever seen something that they worked hand in hand? You know, they jailed. That's what, when it came to some type of team, that's what we call it. It gel. It's like melts together, like gold. It melts down. You have all the different nuggets, and it melts down. That the fire and the heat's got to be so hot that it melts down to where now it's one. Well, on a team, and I've played on championship teams, so you can have good players and not win because the players are individuals. And I've been there. And I used to wonder why, when I played for this one team, this was before I knew, I was a lot younger. I knew sports were unlawful. I'm not advocating for sports. I would teach against it. We got better things to do with our children, with our sons, instead of teaching them to bump their heads against each other or bounce, boing, 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 bounce a ball, run it up and down. No, not that. I'm not advocating that. But I understand. I have to use that so that you can understand what I'm saying. We have got to use, right now, we have a phenomenal assembly. I love you guys. I think you're amazing. I think you're spiritual. You're saints of the Most High. You're daughters, sons and daughters. I feel there are prophets here and prophetess here, females that do great work. But we have to get free. And the Most High is willing. You've got to execute his plan. It's going to go over y'all head if y'all ain't paying attention. You got to execute his plan. And I believe that that's what Toy Tribes can help do, to free you up so you can jail. So let me tell you about the two teams I played for. So I know when I see it. I played for a team that was so good. I mean, it was we were really, really good. But we couldn't win the big show because we were just all individuals. Everybody would just show up to practice when they wanted to. I mean, we had the type of talent to where people were trying out for the NFL, or we had people that were cut from the NFL. We had people that went to college, all different type of stuff. And because we never could win the big show, and I got tired of playing all of those games and working so hard, so one day we played against a team. They came down here to Missouri and they just dusted us. And I couldn't believe it. The next year, I drove up to that team, tried out. It was a big old article. They gave me a place to stay. They read out the red carpet, everything. I stayed up there and I played. I think they beat us like 30-something to nothing. I was amazed because of how good we were. But that team was twice as better. They had half the talent. They were twice as better, and they were only that good. And when I came back, I told the guys that they all envied me because I left and went and played, and I made the team. What made them better is because they jailed. At 6:30, it was 55 people on one line. I'm not lying. Nobody was never late. The only person that was ever late was me. And that's because I was breaking a bad habit. And sometimes I was driving from St. Louis to practice to go up there 8 hours. And then I'd be running. Jairus, get your, and I'd run, be snapping up. But it was 55 people in one line ready to take that lap together. Everything was done together at all times. I was blown away. It was so professional. I was outdone. Hey guys, they jailed. We would beat people 100 and something to nothing. Nobody could never touch us. We won ball game after ball game after ball game after ball game. We were the best in the world. It was semi-pro though. I used to think that we could beat the Packers. At that time, Green Bay was on the bottom. And they used to always say, we ought to go and play the Packers and see if we could beat them. But we have to jail. We have to be together more. And we have to start God's plan. And we have to start, instead of living for whatever job that you live for and that you work for, live for the work. And the only thing that's going to free us up is the nonprofit that will employ us and give us any day that we need, amount of time that you need. And I know that we're thinking about, well, how do we compensate with wage? Well, we have to help that nonprofit make that money to give us that wage back as employees. We have to jail. We have to come together. And gelling, coming together. So that's why. So that's my experience. What is your experience of maybe a losing team or maybe a winning team? If you saw a winning team, they won because they were able to function together. They knew each other. They knew what the next person would do. Or I don't know. I didn't see a lot of hands when it comes to women. Maybe cooks or whatever it is. You know that this person is good with that, and this person is good with this, and this person is good with that. We have to jail. And men know what that is. Most men, right? Anybody that don't know what that is? Be honest. Corbin, you know what it is?
I know what it is now. After y'all.
Is you work so hard together, you know the person. You know their strengths, their weaknesses. You know what they can do. You know their ability. You know it, and you know to compensate for it, and they know to compensate for yours. Right? If you got a quarterback and he has a strong arm, if he throws to a slow person, what is he going to do? He's going to overthrow it. But he knows his receiver is slow, so he won't do that. But if you don't know that, you're going to always be over. So you got to jail. We have to continue to jail. We got to get stronger. We got to get better. Why am I saying this? It's because we're trying to get in a position to where nothing will harm us. When we go through this, when we see this in our time, we don't want nothing to be able to hurt us. Do we understand? Okay. Let's see. So Luke 21 and 19, in your patience possess your souls. So make sure that you are a patient, that you build your patience through the things that you going through, because you're gonna need it. Those of you that are poor and want to be rich, you're waiting on financial stability. You need patience. You're gonna need that patience when all of this stuff happens, because you're gonna be waiting for a better time. Food, water, raiment, security, a good night's sleep, hot shower, whatever it is you're waiting for. You gotta right now chasten yourself with patience. What I say has to happen?
Chasten yourself with patience.
You gotta do that. You have to chasten yourself with patience. The next time you get in a situation to where you have to rush, slow down. That's the Most High saying, let me slow down and let me wait for it to happen. Calm yourself down. Go through it without rushing yourself and trying to get out ahead. Let me grab this precept very quickly. Second Ezra 5. In verse 44, we'll read that together. We just need a segment of here, right? Second Ezra 5 and verse 44. 1, everybody. 2, 3. Then answered he me and said, the creature may not haste above the maker. Stop. That's all we need. When things are going at a certain pace, you got to stop and say, okay, let me slow down. The Most High is allowing this to go at this pace. You have got to chasten yourself with patience. You have got to teach yourself patience. You got to teach yourself a tolerance. Say, okay, let me get it under grip. Okay, it's cool. It's going to be okay. A lot of times it happens in traffic. On the way to school, traffic was slow. I was already late. I was dragging. And I'm in and out of traffic. I might think I'm jamming, so you just imagine how me being in and out of traffic is, right? So the left lane was real congested. I get to the front. It's this guy with an old school Cadillac, about an 80-something. He just jamming, head back. I said, man, you don't know, you got the whole left side behind you. Drive your car. So patience. Possess yourself in patience. Why? Because when you get ready to go through things, you might want change, immediate or instant gratification, or you might want something that ain't finna be in the right now. This is a SHIT scenario. It's, people use that shit scenario. This is the bad scenario. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 28. and 67. It says, Deuteronomy 28:66, and thy light shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and have none assurance of thy life. In the morning thou shalt say, with God it were even. And at even thou shalt say, with God it were morning, for the fear of thy heart wherewith thou shalt fear, and shall for the sight of thy eyes which thou shalt see. So the rest of the world is going to feel like that. But that's not how you're supposed to feel. Go back to Luke 21. Luke 21, 17, ye shall be hated of all men. Verse 18, there shall not a hair of your head perish. Verse 19, in your patience possess ye your souls. Do we understand? So when you are faced with those situations, how are you supposed to feel? You're not supposed to be afraid, because according to the scriptures, Christ was telling them they're not going to perish. So that should still, we covered, let's say, grandfathered in. And we supposed to patiently seek and the help, waiting for the Most High and do our thing. And we supposed to go about things in that type of mindset, even though things is bad. Who don't understand? I'm showing it to you right here. The other people are going to be lost mentally. They're going to be tripping out. But you're not supposed to be wigging out. You're supposed to have help from who? Yeah, you got help from the Most High, but who else you supposed to have help from?
Your brothers right here.
That's right, from each other, because you've jailed. Everybody see it? You understand? That's why this is important. Remember the last class, I think it was the last, was in, or not the last, but when we were in Tabernacles, in Luke, we're in Luke, who is thy brother? And who is your mother? Right? Behold. So now you jail. Now this is the family. But you have to treat each other like family. You got to look at each other like family. You got to respect each other like family. That was a class before that, about not looking at one another in a lethal fashion. Because this is the family. Everybody going to betray you, man. They're going to take the mark. They're going to be out there. You think you can return back into them? You're going to be turned into a trap. They're going to save the skin on their back. Don't want you to find out the hard way by testing it to see these prophecies, they're going to come to pass. And I ain't talking about, the prophecy going to come to pass. I'm talking about you think you know mama, daddy, and sister, brother like you know mama, daddy, and sister, brother. When it comes to that world, they're going to be like, which arm you want me to put it in? I'll put it in this one here. Where is Jimmy? He in there. Guys, wake up. Luke 21 and 20. And ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies. Then know that the desolation is not, thereof is not. Because remember, he finally answered their question when they was asking him about when is the temple going to be torn to a point where there ain't one stone upon another. He said, when you see them surrounded with armies. Then the destruction. You're gonna know the destruction is there. But they would never think. They just want to live in peace, happily ever after. Who wants to live in peace, happily ever after? Okay, Jeremiah was first. Who wants to live in peace, happily ever after? I already called your name.
You said the question again.
I told you.
He said, who wants to live in peace, happily ever after?
Help y'all, brother. Answer the question, bro. Who wants to live in peace, happily ever after?
Everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're raising your hand like who wants to live in peace? Oh, okay. He keep raising his hand. He's like, I want to live in peace, happily ever after. Me, pick me. No, so the people is. So during that time, the people, scribes, Pharisees, Sadducees, those that didn't follow Christ, wanted to live in peace and happy ever after. They wanted to. Everybody, you know. And there are people that believed in Christ, but they still chose sin. They wanted to live in peace, happily ever after. But this had to happen. All right? This is the beginning of Jerusalem being sacked and them moving from one place, going into captivity, moving from one country down into the West Bank of Egypt that they call Africa. Right? So right now, today, the same thing. There are people today that wants to just live happily ever after. They don't want this to happen. I once told a guy that this was going to happen. No, not this, but the second coming of the Christ, right? And, you know, scriptures say he's going to come with chariots and with fire. The guy said that the Romans would shoot him out the sky. Yeah, he said that. Isaiah 66. Yeah, Scott. I played ball with. And he meant that. I was surprised that he said that. But that just let me know, you know. Some people they don't want this. So Isaiah chapter 66, verse 16. It says, "For behold, the Lord will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind." So I'm explaining this to this guy, and he tells me they're going to shoot him out the sky. It's like, oh, man. You can't shoot this. To render his anger with fury and his rebuke with the flames of fire. For by fire and his sword shall the Lord plead with all flesh. And the slain of the Lord shall be many. The Lord gonna destroy people, man. It ain't gonna be no fighting. It ain't gonna be no fight back. They don't have a chance, right? That's, go to second Ezra and shoot him out the sky. No, sir. Second Ezra 13. All right, second Ezra 13 and three. Start there. It says, and I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven. And when he turned his countenance to look, all the things that were seen unto him, all things trembled that were seen unto him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice, like as the earth falleth when it filleth the fire. And after this I beheld. So Ezra is showing you like a dream that he had dreamed. And the Most High was showing him a vision of what the end would be like. And lo, there were gathered together a number of men out of number from the four winds of the heaven to subdue the man that came out of the sea. And I beheld. Remember, they said that God said they're going to shoot him out the sky, right? I beheld, and lo, he graved himself a great mountain and flew up upon it. But I would have seen the region of the place whereout the hill was graven, and I could not. You know how when you're in a dream and you see something, but it's like you wondering, you try to see, like when you wake up, you're wondering like what was in another part of a scene that you saw, but you can't. Verse 8, and after this I beheld, and lo, all they that were gathered together to subdue him were so afraid, and yet there was fight. And lo, he saw the violence of the multitude that came. He neither lifted up his hand, nor held sword, nor any instrument of war, but only I saw that he sent out of his mouth as it had been a blast of fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempests, and they were all mixed together, the blast of fire, the flaming breath, and the great tempest, and fell with violence upon the multitude which was prepared to fight, and burned them up every one. So they show up to fight the Lord, they get dealt with. So this is the one that's saying, if you doing what you supposed to do, you ain't got nothing to worry about. The number one thing the Most High wants this assembly to consider and think about is gelling. Gelling. Like I said, you could be doing the best that you can be as a person. But if you're not pouring back into this assembly, then your glory is vain. It's for yourself. You must pour into this general assembly. You must pour as a testimony of your experience on how to overcome this and how to overcome that. Every man, woman, young child, female, male, you must teach each other how to live. You must teach each other how to obey the Most High, how to love one another, how to obey your parents. Brothers need to learn how to love their wives. Wives need to learn how to love their husbands. Brothers need to learn how to love one another, how to submit themselves. Same thing, right? Vice versa. Sisters need to learn how to learn from sisters. You're doing a good job as an individual. But what are you doing as the mortar that holds the brick together? I don't know if you know anything about buildings, but I've seen mortar 1/2 inch thick, 3 inches wide. It did its job, but when it slide out of the building, it's it. You can't ask for that much for no more. 1/2 inch thick. That's the thick. That's good thickness. 3 inches. It's 3 inches deep. That's good, right, DeWater? That's good. But that same slate of mortar has slid out of the brick. Now it's no good. Is that you? Like, oh, I'm doing good. Because the building blocks and you're the glue, but you come out. The building blocks are things that the bricks are stuff that we're supposed to be doing. And we're the members. We're the every joint. The Bible says every joint supply it. You're the joint. The joint means that mortar. Think about a brick, people. Think about a brick. You're not the brick. You're the joint. You're the mortar. And the space of it is as wide as your finger. So you're the right thickness. And how deep it is, you're the depth. You got the depth. But you take that, I've seen the whole thing come sliding out because what's next to it and what's behind it, it didn't hold it. It didn't stick to it. That's you not sticking to a brother. You not sticking to a sister. You by yourself. Guess what? That same piece is now trash. It's no good no more. You got to put some new in, some that's going to stick to what's next to it. It's going to stick to the brick above it. It's going to stick to the brick beneath it, which is the principles of your God, the Most High. What you should do, what you shouldn't do. And it's going to stick to the joint to the left of it and to the right of it, which is another brother or another sister. You got a jail. You're going to need each other to survive what's coming. Because your own people going to be against you. And the system gonna be against you. You all you got. So you ain't got time to be strong on your own. You can look at a mother, a strong black woman, and know that she's wrong for trying to be, I'm strong, I'm alone, I'm black, this, that. Baby, you need somebody. You ain't got to be by yourself. You need somebody. Single parent, even if it's not the husband or the father of the child, you still need some support to help keep your mind straight so that you don't do the same thing that got you in that situation that make you feel you got to be strong. Can't nobody be strong by themselves. That's only a line that we tell ourselves, trying to promote ourselves to make other people think that we're doing okay. Deep down inside, we're not okay. We break down too. We break down in silence though. We're not okay. I'm hoping that we're understanding this thing and everything that's being said. Now, it's more here. We'll get into Lord's will. We'll come back and get in more to this. That's talking about Christ. Ain't no defeating this. Ain't no defeating them. Christ got the power of the Most High. He would eradicate and evaporate anything that stands before him. We're just in human form. We're in human form trying to convince other human form to do the basic principles of the Most High, which is to act right, deal right, love right, be compassionate. Those are the bricks of God. Just just had to go and get that because it reminded me, like I said, the guy said, "Oh, you're gonna shoot him out the sky." Trust and believe. Esau ain't the problem. His toys that who made fire? He ain't the problem. Behavior is the problem in this world. And we must teach behavior, starting with us. The perfect world that we want, it starts with us. It starts with Israelites. Perfecting ourselves, controlling our minds. Remember one thing that the Most High said through me today was about working on our patience, being able to identify when we need to be, okay, let me be more patient. Let me control myself. Let me not hasten above my maker. You already see the environment going in a slow motion. Now you're going to sit there and panic. Now you're going to sit there and frustrate yourself, irritate yourself, allow Satan to come in, and you're going to get wrathful. Wrathful, not the righteousness of God. Negative. You are. That ain't the spirit of the Most High. Because worse things going to happen. And when they begin to happen, you use this battlefield that you're living in now to prepare yourself for the big show. The big thing, when it really gets rough, when it really gets tough, you can get settled down and be really strong because you have a really strong support system. You got brothers, you got sisters to strengthen you, to help you out. Those of you that don't feel that support system, you're gonna have to jail. That's you're not. You're a golden nugget that's outside of the gold bar. So we need to heat you up so that you can melt into the bar. That's what we want. We want you. We want you to be a part of the bar. We want you gelling, melted on in. And when people see that gold bar, you're not going to look different from no other spot. They won't be able to say, oh, this is a spot that melted in. Nope. You all look the same. Like a gram of gold that makes up the bar. And we do that by helping each other. Whenever you need help, just reach out. If it's anything we can do, just reach out. And be willing to lay down what you think and how you feel and take the suggestive help. Take it. It's going to make you better. So let's find a stopping point. Because, yeah, we won't finish it unless we do a 4-hour. So Luke 21, and then if you had something while you welcome to it. Luke 21 and 20, it was like when you see Jerusalem compassed with armies, know that the desolation of night. So I had asked, even though this was happening, there were people that wanted things to stay the same. There are people that want things to stay the same right now. But it's not. Even those people, check this out. I'm going to show us this so it can be at the end of this lesson. And we'll probably read it again on the next one. Even people that want things to stay the same, we call it surrender. During this time, they still got destroyed. The reason is the soldiers didn't know and don't care. They didn't know how you really felt about the Roman Empire. How you loved them. Like, what was the chief priest in them saying? We read it in John, that we have no king but Caesar. Now, the chief priest, because of the stuff he got on, his uniform, but you agree with the chief priest. You just got on clothes. They don't know your heart. They're going to come and thrust you. They thrusting everybody because in their mind, it's kill, kill, kill. I know we don't have that document, but maybe we can find it. You got it. I just want that one segment to show you, to show us that we have the only choice we got is Christ. And those people that consented, and then we're going to get that too. But I want the documentation. Those that, how did I say they love the world? That they, what was I saying? How did I put it? They wanted things to just continue to go on as normal. They got killed. They got killed. So I want the part about they wouldn't listen to Vespasian no more.
And through the fire burning.
I don't know about that. You know,
He gave us
like-
orders, they stopped listening.
okay, guys, give me a moment. guys. Bear with me. I'm looking for a segment. I'm not gonna find it. Okay. Oh man. I'll just speak on it. I was trying to read it. As the story goes, that the soldiers of Titus and Vespasian, that they were so infringed. There was blood everywhere. They were so infringed on murder and killing that they were uncontrollable and would not stop. They wouldn't stop the killing. So they were killing like all people, innocent people, old, young people, and it was allegedly so traumatizing. It was so much blood that the blood poured down the temple steps towards the street in a flow that had bodies, that was moving bodies. It had bodies sliding down. It was so much blood. So go back to Second Ezra, and if you guys, if you can find it, then we'll still read it. Second Ezra 16, and I'm gonna start in 68. What about the hard copy? Nobody has the hard copy of it that we gave out in your notes? Do anybody have the hard copy of 70 AD that we gave out a few years back in your notes? So it's the book of Second Ezra, chapter 16, and verse 66. What would I say? 68. For behold, the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you. And they shall take away certain of you and feed you, being idle. The precept says, being unable to resist with things offered unto idols. Here's our part here. And they that consent. So consent meaning you agree with them. Unto them shall be had in derision. So, in other words, they're going to make fun of you. They're going to mock you. They're going to mess you up. And the thing is that these people are what? Agreeing with them. So if you agree with them, do you expect for them to bust you up and handle you any type of way? No, you're like, I'm agreeing with you. That's the foolishness on your behalf. And then, yep, this is it. Where'd you get it from?
I've been seeing that for a while.
Okay, let's see.
Also takes
Can you send this to me?
Yeah.
Send it to me.
to you already.
Okay, the same one?
Yeah, the one you showed last year.
So I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna read it. It says, and they that consent unto them shall be had in derision and reproach and trodden underfoot. So if you still loving them and you agreeing, that ain't gonna stop them from when they come in. That didn't stop Israelites. That at that time, during the time of the Christ, after in the 66, 70 AD, the ones that agreed and loved the Romans, they still lost their life. So I'm finna read it. Okay. The Romans destroyed the temple at Jerusalem, 70 AD. Let's see. In the year 66 AD, the Jews of Judea rebelled against their Roman masters. In response, the Emperor Nero dispatched an army under the generalship of Vespasian to restore order. By the year 68, the resistance in the northern part of the province had been eradicated, and the Romans turned their full attention to the subjugation of Jerusalem. That same year, the Emperor Nero died by his own hand, creating a power vacuum in Rome. In the resultant chaos, Vespasian was declared emperor and returned to the imperial city. It fell to his son, Titus, to lead the remaining army in the assault on Jerusalem. The Roman legions surrounded the city and began to slowly squeeze the life out of the Jewish stronghold. So now remember, these are the Israelites. These ain't Europeans. They ain't taken over. They didn't took over as Jewish people in the land of Jerusalem. It was colored people. It was our ancestors that was there. So they was squeezing the stronghold. They was breaking us down. You know, the ones that didn't like to take over. Some of them believed in Christ, but they still was doing what they was doing. By the year 70, the attackers, so this is after the Christ, 70 years after Christ died, the attackers had breached Jerusalem's outer walls and began a systematic ransacking of the city. The assault culminated into the burning and destruction of the temple that served as the center of Judaism. So remember that Christ did say in Luke 21 that the temple will be broken up and one brick ain't gonna be standing upon another. It happened. So how could this be archaeological facts, true facts in the chronicles of Esau, the Roman Empire, but Christ a fable? How is that possible? The man that prophesied, that lived, how is that possible? He's false, but not this. You don't see nobody disputing this and saying this is a lie. Let us move on. In victory, the Romans slaughtered thousands. Of those marred from death, thousands more were enslaved and sent to toil in the mines of Egypt, which is Africa, right? So when you read Luke 21, the ones that were part of the building process, Christ had instructed them and told them what to do. When they see shit hitting the fan, he told them what to do. Now, if they had their eyes open and they had their ears on and they were listening and they were, and they jailed and they were a part of that brick wall, that building in Christ, then they were obedient enough to execute the instructions from the Christ and avoid this. They would avoid this. But if they didn't, say for instance, if they were a piece of mortar, half inch thick, half inch by 3 inches, that's how wide that brick is. About 3.5, 4 inches wide. And they like, I'm nice and strong. There's a lot of people you out there. You like, I'm nice and strong. But you by yourself. And you are the weaker. That's like I said, a piece of joint pops out. Now you're on the ground and somebody, they're going to say, I'll say this goes in that wall. They're not going to stick it in. They're going to put new stuff in it. They're going to toss you to the side. You're no good. Concrete that's already solidified, you don't reuse that. You toss that to the side. You get some stuff you can use. So the ones that listen, they out of here. They didn't get affected by this. And we'll get that since this part coming to this part of the lesson too. They out of there, guys. They escaped this from listening unto the Christ. Guys, you got to listen before it hits the fan. You got to listen so when it does, it doesn't affect you. The first thing the Spirit, the Most High taught us tonight is not to follow somebody because they say, I am Christ. This is a journey. Your life is a journey. And believe it or not, you are following somebody somewhere to do something. You are teaching and you are learning. Do not waste your time learning something that you're not supposed to learn. You sure best not waste your time teaching something you are not to teach. And our problem, as much as we want to blame it on them, it's not them. Through the Spirit, our problem is sin. It was said earlier. Stop sinning. Number 2, don't freak out. Possess your, yes, in your soul, possess your patience. Have self-control. Be able to control yourself. So when these things come in your lifetime or even in your children's lifetime, that's why you gotta be able and willing to teach your children. Our whole lives are set up to be the light and the lamp of the Most High, the light of the world. You are the light of the world. So you got to transform from these workers that you have been accustomed to being, and to being a light and a guide and a beacon of hope and help to other people in their lives, starting at home with your family first. You spend your whole life doing that. That's the job. That's the mission. That's your life. Not the other way around. This is recreational, and your job is your profession. That's how we live in. That's how we got to unlearn that. I tell you, go back and listen to this again. It's going to make sense. Because this is the way, the truth, and the life. This is how you serve the Most High in spirit and truth. This is how you become great. This is how you endure. This is how you prosper. This is how you last. This is how you become fit and mental, emotionally, and spiritually fit. This is how. So, back to what I was reading. In victory, the Romans slaughtered thousands. Of those spared from death, thousands more were enslaved and sent to toil in the mines of Egypt. Others were dispersed to arenas throughout the empire to be butchered for the amusement of the public. It showed you that, gave you a glimpse of that in the gladiators. The temple's sacred relics were taken to Rome, where they were displayed in the celebration of victory. The rebellion sputtered on for another 3 years, and it was finally extinguished in 73 AD with the fall of various pockets of resistance, including the stronghold at Masada. Let's see. I'm gonna fast forward. Okay, I'll finish. The Jews let out a cry or a shout of dismay that matched the tragedy. Our only first-hand account of the Roman assault on the temple comes from the Jewish historian Josephus Fabius. So he was an Israelite. Josephus was a former leader of the Judas revolt who had surrendered to the Romans and had won favor with Vespasian. In gratitude, Josephus took on Vespasian's family name, Fabius, as its own. We join his account as the Romans fight their way into the inner sanctum of the temple. So his account, remember, he's part of the rebellion. So when it says that you're taking his account as the Romans fight their way into the inner sanctum of the temple, use your imagination. Vespasian is finna take us there and show us and tell us what was going on in 73. The rebels shortly after attacked the Romans again, and a clash followed between the guards of the sanctuary and the troops who were putting out the fire inside the inner court. So they're trying to burn it down. The latter routed the Jews and followed in hot pursuit right up to the temple itself. Then one of the soldiers, without awaiting any orders and with no dread of so momentous a deed, but urged on by some supernatural force, snatched a brazen piece of wood. So a piece of wood that was on fire. Nobody told him to do it, is what it's saying. He grabbed it with his hand and, climbing on another soldier's back, hurled the flaming brand through a low golden window that gave access. So the window frame was made of gold. He threw it through the window that was open. And on the north side to the rooms that surrounded the sanctuary, as the flames shot up, the Jews let out a shout of dismay that matched the tragedy. They flocked to the rescue with no thought of sparing their lives or husbands, their strength, for the sacred structure that they had constant guarded with such devotion was vanishing before their very eyes. The temple is burning. It's on fire. No exhortation or threat could now restrain the impetuosity of the legions, for passion was in supreme command, meaning there's no restraint. Passion is in command. Now it's giving you the mental state of the soldiers crowded together around their interests. Many were trampled down by their own companions. Now they're falling over each other. It's so many troops. Others stumbling on the smoldering and smoke-filled ruins of the portiques died as miserably as the defeated. As they drew closer to the temple, they pretended not to even hear Caesar's orders, but urged the men in front to throw in more firebrands. The rebels were powerless to help. Carnage and flight spread throughout. Most of the slain were peaceful citizens, weak and unarmed. So remember what we read in 2nd Ezra 16 and 69 and 70. These people may have been ones that consented. Agreed, I'm gonna go along with the system. Going along with the system ain't gonna save you, man. The system gonna get you. These people coming in, they've been trained, they've been carrying them weapons, they've been carrying this thing. They want to use that. They don't care what you love and what you don't love. When this stuff jump off, they're not gonna care what camp you with, what doctrine difference you have, if you believe, if you love the government or not. They ain't gonna care about none of that. You can't see. They might have a shield over their face. I mean, whatever it is, they're gonna be wanting to hunt. Why do you think they call black people bucks, the men bucks? Like you hunting a deer. That's so disrespectful. Because that's what they hunt. They go out and hunt deer, call, oh, that's a big buck. Hey guys, the scriptures, this is what we must choose to survive. You don't let them tell you, oh, it's gonna be okay. They ain't got no control. Some big wig, you know the big wig is somebody with a suit on, some big wig somewhere trying to call shots. He ain't the ones walking these streets. He ain't coming out here. These type of people coming out. Let me finish though. Most of the slain were peaceful citizens, weak and unarmed, and they were butchered where they were caught. The heap of corpses mounted higher and higher about the altar. Why were they about the altar? Begging and pleading the Most High for mercy. But if they had listened to Christ, they wouldn't do that. Let me read Luke chapter 21 and verse 21 and 21. Look at that. I'm going to read Luke 21 and 20 first. We're going to read it together so that we can see the most important thing is following instructions. Let's get it. Luke chapter, we're going to read it together on 3. Luke 21 and 20 on 3. 1, 2, and 3.
And when you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh.
Read on.
Then let them which are in Judea flee to the houses.
Let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter therein. Read on.
For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled.
Stop. The number one thing is obedience. You need to listen to what we are telling you and do not alter what we are telling you. Your life will depend on it. Let me read the account of Josephus that was there. I'm going to start off where I stopped. The heap of corpses mounted higher and higher about the altar. The problem is they shouldn't have been there at the altar. Because if they listened unto the Lord, they would be gone. But they running unto the altar for mercy. Wanted the Most High maybe to perform a miracle. Like remember, during the dedication, what happened when the Most High sent the angel, smote Heliodorus, and the priest was all prostrated, and they got humbled, wanting something like that. Nothing like that happened. They should have listened. Or maybe it was just people that was in between thoughts. Or what if it was people that didn't come there or didn't get the message? What Christ said. You should have been there. You should have got the message. There's times I've asked people, they'll need some help. I can hear what you're saying and what you were saying. We just taught about that. You should listen to, you should have been at the school. We was just teaching about that. Because if you was at the school and you was listening to the scriptures is the doctrine of life. So you listen to the scriptures, it would have been able to help you with your problem. So I'm sitting there and listening. I'm like, oh, okay. Did you listen? Well, did you least? You didn't make it. Did you least listen to the class? Oh, no. But I'm going to listen to it. I can't relive. That moment is gone. I cannot relive that moment. Neither can I. We 3 hours and 9 minutes, 10 seconds in. That time is gone. The spirit of that course and path of life was moment for that moment. It was meant for that time. So I can compress 3 hours with a precept. Say, yo, yeah, well, here's the precept right here. That's not equivalent. We got to put the time in. Do you understand? Let me repeat that. I cannot compress that with a precept. I tried to. Here's the precept. To try and explain 3 hours of work of edification, it's different. It's different. When I know that this could help. So those people at the altar, maybe they didn't follow instructions. Maybe they missed out. The ones that did follow instructions are the ones that heard it. They shouldn't be at that altar begging for mercy. We surround heaps and heaps of bodies around the altar. When Christ, he said, oh, when you see this, you got to get out here. Don't run to the altar, get out. We already read it. Instructions. Follow instructions, Israel. Jail. If you jail to the members, to this side and that side, you glue and you bond it, what you gonna do? This person said, I'm gonna follow instructions. This guy is gone. He's gonna go. You see everybody else following instructions. Now you're moving. But if you by yourself, here's another one of them instances to where you get that bright idea. I'm good. I got this. Oh yeah, I keep the commandments. Woe to him that is alone. You're gonna have a problem, man. This is a problem. Let me finish it though. The heap of corpses mounted higher and higher about the altar. A stream of blood flowed down the temple steps, and the bodies of those slain at the top slipped to the bottom. This is what I was telling you guys. When Caesar failed to restrain the fury of his frenzied soldiers, and the fire could not be checked, he entered the building with his generals and looked at the holy place of the sanctuary and all its furnishings, which exceeded by far the accounts current in foreign lands. He looked at better than anything he ever saw in foreign lands, the temple, and fully justified their splendid repute in our own, and the flames had not yet penetrated to the inner sanctum, but were consuming the chambers that surrounded the sanctuary. Titus assumed correctly that there was still time to save the structure. He ran out, and by personal appeals, he endeavored to persuade his men to put out the fire, instructing Labirelius, a centurion of his bodyguard of lancers, to club any of the men who disobeyed his orders. So now he's telling them, because they saw how extravagant it was. Like, we need to save this. It was full of gold and every drape that it was. They had never saw nothing like that. So he said, I tell you what, I'm gonna get out of here. And he went to somebody that was with him and say, I'm put this out, and anybody that don't listen to you, club them. Meaning bam them over the head with the bully club, knock them down, knock them out. But their respect for Caesar and their fear of the centurion staff who was trying to check them were overpowered by their rage. That tell you that they didn't listen. So my whole purpose for coming here to tell you, when it click in them, it's going to click. They're not going to care. They didn't even listen to each other. So you consent with them, you get in gap. You get in gap regardless. They don't care. Once Satan enter into their body, bro, that's it. They're not able to listen to each other. They were so amped up on what they're going to do. That's the only thing that they want to do. That's how they was. The detestation of the Jews. Huh. You know what it is to be detested, to be hated. That's what we quoted in Ezekiel 35 earlier. Perpetual hate. They will finally be able to kill some niggas. That's how they're going to look at you. And they ain't finna miss my opportunity. Hey guys, I can't get no more raw in raw form. I can't plainly say it no more plainer than it is. You gotta listen. And an utterly uncontrolled lust for battle. Most of them sparred on, moreover, by the expectation of loot, stealing. That's also in 2 Ezra about being spoiled, convinced that the interior was full of money, and dazzled by observing that everything around them was made of gold. But they were forestalled by one of those that had entered into the building, and who, when Caesar dashed out to restrain the troops, pushed a firebrand in the darkness into the hinges of the gate. Then, when the flames suddenly shot up from the interior, Caesar and his generals withdrew, and no one was left to prevent those outside from kindling the blaze. Thus, in defiance of Caesar's wishes, the temple was set on fire. While the temple was ablaze, the attackers plundered it, and countless people who were caught by them were slaughtered. There was no pity for age, and no regard was accounted rank. Children and old men, laymen and priests alike were butchered. Every class were pursued and crushed in the grip of war, whether they cried out for mercy or offered resistance. They all were the same. The only choice we got is the choice that God has given us tonight. This will prepare you for anything. You can walk the earth and you're going to be able to experience anything, and you're going to be able to survive. All you got to do is get along with everybody and keep the Most High's commandments to the fullest. Everything that he teach you, do it. Do it. Don't trim him. Trim your ways. Trim off the wickedness. The Bible says, circumcise the foreskins of your hearts. You don't cut off the commandments. I don't like to wear this. I don't like to wear that. I don't like to listen to this. I don't like to listen to that. That's going to get you this. You might have fun for a moment. Man, I was sitting here thinking, let me see if I'll be done with this. I was sitting here thinking like how I had my time. Oh boy, did I have my time. I had my fill of everything wicked that you can have wicked. Ain't no reliving the wicked days. I don't want it. That's a lot of days right now that I frown upon. And when I thought about that, I think about the youth right now today. You can't see the future. But boy, is it on its way for you. And if you don't stop in your tracks and let it go, you're going to remember every word that's being said. You're gonna know, man, that I was sent from God. You're gonna be like, man, that man was straight telling me. It could be 30 years from now. You're gonna be like, that man was straight telling me, and I ain't listen. This. You're gonna know. Don't let the Most High go. Let the world go. Because you definitely need the Lord to help you in time of need. You building up right now with good works. You building up a strong defense. That's what you're doing. The times that you want to have, them times ain't that ain't worth nothing. It's momentarily. It might be feeling good right now, or you might think it might do you prosper, but it ain't gonna help you. It's gonna hurt you in the long run. Boy, is it gonna hurt you. Let that go. Let the thought go. You know how something might look good, but then when you put it in your mouth, it's like, that's like, oh, that's horrible. That doesn't taste right. You're like, I thought that was gonna be good. That's how things are. Well, you think things might be okay, and it's not okay. It's terrible. It's going to lead to something bad, guys. And I don't want to say that I'm sorry you can't experience it, meaning like, because you call it fun, the Bible calls it sin. So I'm not sorry you can't experience it, because I know that in the end is devastating. My job is to teach you what's going to help you walk through the fire. I'll get one last one. Ezekiel chapter 13. Ezekiel chapter 13 and verse 7. It says, "Awake, O sword, against my shepherd." So the shepherd is the Christ, and the Most High was bringing him back to him. "And against the man that is my fellow, said the Lord of hosts, smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered." So the sheep is the Israelites. Did I say Zeke? I mean Zechariah, forgive me. Zechariah 13. Okay, Zechariah chapter 13, verse 7. "Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man that is my fellow, said the Lord of hosts, smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered. And I will turn my hand upon my little ones." Now we're in verse 8, Zechariah chapter 13 and verse 8. So the Most High said he's going to turn his hand against us and be on us. He already scattered us. He brought Christ back to himself, and he scattered us. And it started in 70 AD. "And it shall come to pass that in all the land, said the Lord, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die. But the third shall be left therein." That means survive. "And I will bring the third part through the fire." So it's my job to do my portion to help you walk through hell and high water, through this fire. And in order to do that, I have to teach you how to survive. First, you have to obey the Most High in your personal lives. private lives. Second, you have to jail with the General Assembly. The Israelites that are dispersed, fine. Everybody where they at, they should be coming together like-minded. It's not saying, oh, I keep the commandments, but you're not gelling. You have to pour in. The Most High didn't add you to the church to be outside. You have to be in. So it says, I will bring the third part through the fire and refine them. That's the cleaning. As silver is refined, and try them as gold is tried. And they shall call on my name. So you're going to call on the name of the Lord, the Most High, and I will hear them. So when you, in during those times, in the jam, going through something, you're going to call on the Lord, and he's going to hear you. Why? Because you do the things that he say. You're obedient. You keep his commandments. From a young to the older, you're obedient. You call on the name of the Most High, you good. If you're disobedient and you call on the name of the Most High, I don't think you're going to get an answer. Why? Because when he called you, you didn't answer. Was that Proverbs what? Proverbs 1. When I called, you refused. So now he's calling. So if he called and you refuse, and you call, he gonna refuse. You're doing this so that when that time comes, you have built up yourself with the Most High grace and favor. This is not some trick deployed from the Most High to get you to act right. This is your glory. This is your grace. This is your righteousness. This makes you a good brother. This makes you a good sister, a good parent, a good father, a good married man, a good married woman, a good single person. This is your righteousness. It tells us that in Deuteronomy 4. These laws is your righteousness. And your righteousness gives you favor with God, the Most High. And it's the assurance of immortality. You walk through the fire, man. Whatever you face, you good. There has always been survivors. You're working for one of the highest things in the world, to be a survivor. So survive. This is how you do it. This is the knowledge and education on how to survive. By being right. This ain't making you do nothing wrong. This ain't telling you to do nothing wrong. This is telling you to set your mind right so that you can get it right, so that you can do right. There must be good. There must be good taught in the earth. It cannot always smoke this, smoke that, hold this, hold that, trap this, trap that, F them, F him, F her, do this, get over here, get. Come on. You get enough of that in rap music. Get enough of that in songs, adultery and fornication and smoking this and doing that. And what about the Lord, the Most High, the Creator, the Heavenly Father, the Supreme Being? Where's his speakers and teachers and his examples? You need that. This is the counterweight and balance that's supposed to turn you from being subverted. It's supposed to turn you right side up. If you were in a ship and your little boat was turned upside down, wouldn't you want to be right side up? You need something to toss you around and turn you right side up so that you can survive. That's what this is. That's what the truth is. That's what a minister and teacher and preacher, that's what each and every last one of you are. You must be like that in this world to other people. But before you get to that, somebody got to turn you right side up. If you're floating upside down. Don't never speak evil of this. Truth. What's being spoken to you. No. Bible says, woe to them in Isaiah 8:20 that call good evil. You'll never want to do that. That's the blasphemy that's unforgivable. People said all manner of things about the Christ. But he said, if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, you have no forgiveness. Because if you speaking evil of the scriptures, you speaking evil of the truth, now you are the same people that destroy us, you're on their side. You become a traitor, and now you start spewing out that same madness. Oh, the Bible, this, it ain't right. This, that, and the third, the laws, you ain't got to do this. You're a parson. You're the Trojan horse. Because you're going inside every house. You riding in every car, spewing out blasphemies and planting seeds inside of the minds of other people on why you don't keep the commandments, why you won't keep the commandments. And that seed, believe it or not, is growing. So people, while they in their life and they riding around, they're like, oh yeah, Philip, he said, why would I do that? That's an idol. Why would I do that? That's stupid to keep the commandments. Why would I do that? I should be able to get whatever chick I want. Why would I do that? I could smoke until I die. Why would I do that? I ain't got to do that. The stuff that you saying that's blasphemy is growing roots inside of somebody else's head. You destroying them. They're going to be destroyed for that. Not only did you destroy yourself, but you're destroying them too. So be mindful of your words. This is blasphemy. Christ got killed over words. We read that today because he made himself the Son of God. But he is. And so are you. You are the Son of the Most High too. I hope we get this, man. It's important. I hope we get this. I got faith that I really do. I'm not just saying this, I got faith that you're getting it. But I know it's going to grow. And I'm patient with that. I can accept that. Just remember it. I got faith that you will see that you do it. Grow old with it because you got children to teach. All you young brothers and sisters, y'all going to have children. You got children to teach. Know that you got somebody that love you, somebody that care about you, somebody that took the time out to read the Bible with you, show you the scriptures, try to be the example, best example that can be with you. Pay it forward. Don't let it be in vain. Pay it forward. Do it for somebody else. You'll feel good about yourself. I feel good about myself. I feel great about myself. Outside of the body aches from aging, this, that, and the third, the sacrifice, I feel amazing. There are people all over the world that congratulate me. Oh, man, you're doing a good job. This, that, and the third. I want you to feel that too. And you can, and you will when you do the work. I don't remember how old I was, but I met this older lady. I was in my 20s. I met this old lady. We went to Atlanta to keep a feast with a congregation out there. And I was over at school here. And her name was Cornelia. And she said, Shaun, it's so good to meet you. I heard so many great things about you. I had first time meeting this lady, not the second time, the first time meeting this lady when I walked up to her. And she had said, "This is you." And she reached out her hand to give me a hug. And she said, "I heard so many great things about you." I cried in her arms. I'm an emotional person. I just cried. Why? For having a good name. I was really appreciative that she had heard some good stuff. I want you to experience that. If you keep the commandments and you do the right thing, you're going to experience it. You're going to help people change their lives. And that's your purpose. To change yourself and change other people. That's how you help. That's the work right there. Don't be upset and mad because you got to change. Change with pleasure. Right? And if you on the right path, what we're talking about coming through the fire, in the back of your mind, like, I know I'm gonna make it, man. All I gotta do is keep on. I know I'm gonna make it. The first thing is just here on earth, going through the fire. I know I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be okay. That's the first thing right there. All right. Let's see. Okay, so I'm done with that. I think that's about it. Because if I did you have anything for him? Anybody else? Anything they wanted to add to it? Man, I'm sad it got, wish we had more time. It's a lot more. We'll pick it up though. Any questions? Oh, there was a question. Let me make sure I get this. So how do you tell the difference, and quiet down, guys? So how do you tell the difference of freaking out and honestly preparing oneself? How do you tell the difference between freaking out and honestly preparing? Okay. So somebody that's freaking out is somebody that's leaning to their understanding. That's why they're freaking out. And somebody that's preparing themselves. If you preparing yourself and you acknowledging what's going on, I give you an example. Mike Brown. We had some soldiers freaking out doing the we had some soldiers freaking out. We out there teaching. They were, I mean, it was like a real war zone. They were on a what is that? The bullhorn, giving out what is that? Commands, military commands. They start popping smoke. So it got all smoky. Block, 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 block. Did they have a tank or something out there? Or is that my imagination? Bro, they came out. Had the military out there. We were in a damn Warloop. It was crazy. I don't think it was Black Lives Matter, but it was something. It was running through, and they were busting out the windows. They was boom, busting out the windows, and they was telling them to leave. We will fire you with live munitions. You got to leave, this and that. And I was telling brothers, wait a second, brothers, bring out the scriptures, keep doing this. And then some guys, it was like, yo, champ, we got to go. I was like, you don't go nowhere. You bring out the scriptures. So, and then it was others that was like, calmly, I was like, okay, so what do you want me to do? It's like, brother,
okay, listen, let's do this, because now we got to get the ones that had never seen the face of a situation like that. So some was freaking out, some was like at a standstill, like, okay, what do we do? What do you want us to do? Stuff was hitting the fan. It was in the midst. The people, it was havoc. They were running from this side. Take it like what I'm saying. Go to the Peacock. We used to take y'all out there with us. Go to the Peacock. Our back is against the Peacock, was facing across the street with teaching, bringing out the scriptures. The military was set at Skinker. We're a block away. Military set at Skinker. Coming from the far ends, they had snuck through those streets of U City, and they came down and they started vandalizing and terrorizing the Delmar Loop. And then when they realized that they had protected the wrong side, then they start coming this way. The military started coming in the way past us. And I said something to them. I was like, hey, I did like this a lot. We're not doing that. We're not with them. You know, we're teaching the script. And then they left us alone. They went past us. Then they start popping the smoke. And then they got on the horn saying that they're gonna start firing munitions and stuff like that. And they start trying to combat the people that was trying. They told us to leave. And I was like, no, we're not going nowhere. We don't got to leave. We ain't did nothing. You know, keep bringing out the scriptures. And some of us had already left. They panicked. And some guys had already left. And then some was like, they stood there. They was like, all right, Sham, you know, what do you want us to do? And then I'm caught between two opinions. I'm like, so I got to think about these guys that lost it. I said, all right, come on, let's just go. We got to get them. And so that's the difference. When you're in the face of situations like that, you think about what's my next move? What should we do? Opposed to it happened and you just, by fear, it overtakes you. And like the scriptures talk about fear and what it is. Let me grab it. It should be in Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon 17. Wisdom of Solomon 17 in verse 12. It says, for fear is nothing else but the betraying of the succors which reasoneth offered. I'll read it again, then explain it. Pay attention. Because fear is not the very thing that's happening. It says fear is nothing else but the betraying of the succors which reason offered. So, succor. It says assistance and support in times of hardship and distress. Is to receive help, some type of assistance. So, fear is the betraying of your help. So when you think something is supposed to be there to help you or to be there, once that is betrayed, then reason brings in fear. What do? You're supposed to stay true to your mindset of what you know safety is and not let that down. Everybody understand? You sure? Stuff happens, crap hits the fan. Sucker, secure. Don't let what you understand go out of the door, because your mind will offer you something else called fear. Stay grounded in what you initially believe. So the question was being able to tell the difference between freaking out and honestly preparing. When you have to change, you have to change. You prepare and you go through the motions without giving up what you know. You have to change. Okay, I got to change. We were like, okay, we got to leave. But what's around us is not finna get us. Okay, we're being forced to leave. Somebody asked me, was that you, Jabril, when about the stabbing in Chicago? Somebody asked me about us being out there. So me and Tawada and some other brothers, we went to Chicago and we were out teaching, and crap hits the fan right there where we were. We were teaching, and it was a big crowd. And the next thing you know, the ambulance and everything moved in on the corner right there. So we were right there. Say for instance, we were right there where the Tawada and the Bund is, right there where the wall is the bus stop. We just kept teaching. Everything ascended to this bus stop. The police, the ambulance, the crowd, everything. It didn't faze us, didn't amaze us. We just kept bringing out the scriptures. No matter what. As a matter of fact, the guy that was scoffing that we was talking to, he the one got himself stabbed. He didn't listen. He went right over there and guided somebody. They hit him up, and he was stretched out on the ground. We kept bringing out the scriptures. So no matter what situation we end up in, we keep bringing out the scriptures without the fear. Another incident out in Ferguson. They was from the Ferguson. They busted up the. There used to be a Quick Trip right there at that intersection. Just me, us two. Just two of us. We went out there in a thick of thousands of people. They was ready to string us up. It's like, now I had the microphone and he was currently speaking up. How you gonna kill the people that came out here to help y'all? And some people said, I tell y'all what, man, y'all stand up here. We got y'all back. The Spirit jumped on some people to help us. And then we stood up on top of, those concrete barricades that they bring out there and drop down to block the street off. So then we stood right up in the middle of the street on them barricades. And it's like, y'all go ahead. We got y'all, man. And we kept teaching. We didn't let first come into us and undermine what we know we need to be doing. So that's the freaking out is like what you know and understand, it leaves. And then you freaking out, and then you running like, oh, what? And it's your mind is suggesting different things, different solutions, all based upon another safety outside of the safety that you know is right. So I hope that answers. Don't freak out. It doesn't make you. And then you know what? The other incident, a lot of brothers got reprimanded. They got reprimanded for behaving and acting like that. We're not, studio gangsters. You know how the rappers be calling other guys studio gangsters? Like they gangster in the studio, but in the streets, they wasn't about that.
Shit, in the loop, we was Camp After Dark. We was surrounded by a mob in front of the little store right there that they closed off. All the kids, it was like 80-some kids surrounded us yelling because they was mad because the scriptures was coming out.
Yeah. You can tell what happened.
Nah, we was surrounded by a bunch of irate people that was mad that the scriptures was coming out and we didn't stop, and eventually they just backed down. That's the one where Yash kept telling the lady she was Israel. The East Indian or something.
Said, boy, if you don't get out of here with them eyeballs, if your father is an Israelite, what did he say? If your father is an Indian, you are an Israelite. I said, man, you need to clear your eyes. Shit, let's just look at that. This a heathen. He like Flavor was saying, his beard is blurry. His vision was a little blurry that night. But yeah, you can get into it out there in them streets, man. You see, we get run to it at a lot. There's some guy was like ready to, he had his hand, he was like ready to up and shoot me or something. It was like, the volleyball, like he was ready to draw. See, I don't like people like you. I should be like saying, bro, why you don't like me? Yeah, because you too nice. You try to talk me down. You too. Bro, I'm supposed to be nice. Yeah, you're gonna experience stuff like that. And who in Kansas City? Every
Hebrews too.
Yeah, some Hebrews they tried to get with us in Kansas City. We're in Kansas City flipping flyers, and we got sucked in. Satan came in through some guy, and he started slandering one of the groups, another group that he had been. Oh yeah, I ain't get along with them. And then next thing you know, I'm crazy. It happens just like what you see on TV. You see somebody in distress, and then once everybody get there, then the outer people come in behind you. Now they the cleanup crew. So GMS did us like that, and they went on and on and on, and it was crazy, And the more they got corrected, they just kept getting corrected, and then when they couldn't overcome what was being said, then they didn't want us to show the video. We was already like, see, all you gonna do is put this on Facebook. I said, bro, ain't nobody trying to shame you, but y'all out here tripping. I mean, they was really, really in a mob version. And when we didn't back down, we just kept coming with the scriptures. They got shamed with the scriptures. It's like, oh, you just gonna put it out there? I said, man, ain't nobody out here trying to put nothing out there intentionally. We were already live. But they was hostile. You see, they were hostile, man. All right, so that's it. You know. Any questions? Oh, Bun got a question? Huh? Oh, okay. Everybody clear? Are we going to remember to take some of these bulletin points literal from tonight's class? Give me some of them. And then we out. Give me one. Somebody else will give me one. What's the first? Okay, I ain't gonna even put them in order because just give me one of the bulletins. What we really supposed to consider from tonight. Increase our patience. Okay, that's right. That's one of them. Okay, Jabril. Chasten yourself. You repeat him. Nope. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Be not terrified.
Don't be terrified. Okay, but we just talked about that. That's exciting. But don't be terrified. Okay, Javon. Is that Jeremiah? Terrorizing us from another land? Okay, okay. We have to jail. Come together. Okay, that's good, Jeremiah. Thank you for your testimony. Ain't you on the toilet? Yeah. Okay, Javon. No, that's not the bulletin right there. They're gonna people, they're gonna betray you. Okay, so we'll make it. That's acceptable. Okay, go ahead. Anybody else? Okay, now.
Follow instructions.
Following instructions. All right, that's good there. Following instructions for your own sake, first and foremost. If you don't, you have no deal, and the deal is to be taken through the fire. No deal. That's something you got to think about. Now, to add to that, Christ said, few there be that find it. Everybody is not going to follow instructions. You're going to see the mass majority of people all around you everywhere not following instructions. They're going to be doing everything up under the sun. You got to make the choice to see what's supposed to be done. And trust and believe, at one point or another, they were presented with the same offer you were. Christ said this gospel is going to be preached unto the world, all the world for a witness. Another bulletin point. Somebody else.
I don't know if this has been said, but I got it wrote down. It says you have to have a tolerance for suffering with tribulation, and you can't fret and you can't mock at the Lord. So in your suffering.
Okay. Learning the tolerance for suffering.
He said that's patience. That's more patience.
Tolerance for patience. Okay. That's fine. Anybody else?
Can't walk with everybody that say they in Christ.
Right. That's one there. I think that was the first thing that it said. It said, I am Christ. Now we know that they knew that he wasn't going to be the resurrected Christ. Oh, I came back to see y'all. What's up? Nah, that means something. That's representing something else. And we know there are a lot of people that are saying that they are in Christ. Wish them well. Be charitable. Count them not an enemy. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. That mean that much too. But
Is this a bulletin?
you can't do what they doing, because you're supposed to know the difference. And you're supposed to know the difference because you have experience in applying the scriptures. And what they talking about ain't application. It's a justification. Okay? I want to hear from somebody else. If nobody else didn't burn, I get you. Anybody else? Somebody that didn't speak with a bulletin? A bulletin is like a point. Like this was brought out. We was told to remember this. All right, Yeshua?
He must be the glue for the General Assembly.
You must be the glue.
Yeah, for the
Okay.
General Assembly.
Okay. And the General Assembly is worldwide. That's not just this assembly here. And being that glue for the General Assembly, this should be you explaining. Man, being that glue is like, hey, I'm gonna do the right thing, and I'm gonna stick next to my joint, next to my brother on the left, next to my brother on the right, so that I don't slide out. Or I don't need. Hey guys, have you ever seen? Notice when y'all leave, turn your flashlight on your porch, and you will see some of the joints in the brick missing. When you get outside and you turn around and face the building, you will see some of that fell out. What if that's a member? You don't want to be that member that popped out. So that joint got to be put back in. So be a nice, strong joint that helps where people can stick to you. That's good. That's one of them. Anybody else? Okay, Bun.
They say the gift line the heart of the judges. So
The who? How? What?
the gift line the heart of the judges. I was asking, was that one of the points? Because I got to start with it.
Okay. I think did we get it all the way? I think we pretty much got them all. Matthew 26.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 6. Now when Christ was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, to what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. When Christ understood it, he said unto them, why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, this gospel shall be preached in the whole world. There shall also this that this woman have done be told for memorial of her. So we give all praise to the Most High, sending this woman buried with a contrite spirit to come from Christ before his burial. And the Lord said, whatsoever this gospel is being preached, this too that this woman had done be told for memorial of her. The Lord's communion, Lord's correctness, chapter verse 23.
Okay. Got it? First Corinthians. Oh.
First Corinthians chapter 11, verse 23. For I have received of the Lord that which also I delivered unto you, that the Lord the Christ, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread, and when he had given thanks, he brake it and said, take, eat, this is my body which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner also he took the cup when he had supped, saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. For as often as ye eat this bread and drink this cup, ye do show the Lord's death till he come. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, eateth and drinketh damnation to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this cause many are weak and sleep, and sickly among you, and many sleep. For if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged. But when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world.
Oh, I didn't get no bread and what's this? I did. So we that strap.
Yeah, we got some at the house. Nice. It's extra. Oh, they're not strapped at all.
Still got more people. Hey, Brian. You gotta do better. Okay, Israel. This is the Lord's communion. Most high in the name of Christ. Thank you for the food and drink. Amen.
Amen.
All right, this is body which is broken for you. All right, this is love. Okay. That's it, Israel. We're going to stand and face Jerusalem. Okay, Israel.
If everyone was just like me, what kind of sanctuary would this be?
The Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6:9. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. And in Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The laborer's prayer, Luke 10:2. Therefore said he unto them, the harvest truly is great, but the laborers are few. Pray therefore the Lord of the harvest that he will send forth laborers to his harvest. Bless you, Most High, King of heaven and earth, and all things, Most High, in the name of the Christ. Send more disciples and teachers to your harvest, to gather your people Israel, and send counsel behind your laws, to stand before thy people Israel. Give to us strength to break down our lives with thy word. And in Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The blessing of Israel, Numbers chapter 6:24. Children of Israel, the Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee to be peace. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
All right, children of Israel, bless one another.
Most High in Christ bless you all.
Yeah, I can tell you, so one for you. What are you doing? You told you gonna come see me.
Good night, Shalom. How you doing? You good? Sure ass. What trip?
We want to take them back first.
Oh, that cool. What's up, mama? Okay, I'll call you before then.
Okay.
Just to check on you, not to tell you all of but just to check on you. Huh? Front door. Yeah, she got you. Gee, what's up? What's up, man? Give me a call, brother. Where you been, man? Call me, bro. What's up? Hey, take this. Number. Yeah, like, give them a call. See what they okay, say. Sabbath, end of the Sabbath. Sacrifice bless everybody. Hey, can you see who that belongs to? Yeah. The price you pay. Okay, guys. I'm gonna sacrifice bless y'all. Good night.
It's all about like, surprise. Yeah.